you are aware, most of you are aware, we have tried and failed repeatedly over the last 6-7 decades to make a breakthrough and to create a presence in this space. And that was true till our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji put his vision and his determination and his will to succeed in this frontier, cutting-edge area of technology, engineering, and science to work. So it is from that moment on in December 2021 that the collective desire of so many hundreds and thousands of people all around the world to see India as a presence in the semiconductor ecosystem become a growing reality. So let me share this with you about the progress that we have made, and that is certainly the reason that the organizing committee and the organizers have asked me to speak to you today. The progress that has been made in the last 15 months. A kind of a report card of the India Semiconductor Mission and our ambitions, the ambitions of the Indian semiconductor ecosystem. Much has happened, you are aware of these historic visits in these last 15 months, historic agreements, India and the US with this historic visit of our Prime Minister and his agreement with President Biden of the US, an historic agreement on critical and emerging technologies with the United States of America, an agreement between India and Japan, again in these areas, in many areas including semiconductors, and an agreement between India and the EU via the India-EU TTC, the Technology and Trade Council. So there is almost an alignment now of global interests, the global vision of the future of the semiconductor ecosystem, and India's own ambitions and capabilities. As you know, this whole journey of the India Semiconductor Mission started in December 2021, when the Honorable Prime Minister set aside 76,000 crores, $10 billion, to help fund, invest, catalyze the semiconductor ecosystem in India. I have been asked this question many times. How does this $10 billion square up with the other multi-billion dollars that are being offered by the US via the CHIPS Act, the EU via their EU CHIPS Act, Korea's recent announcement of a multi-billion-dollar program, Japan? And my answer to all of you and to all of those who look at the $10 billion as a smaller number is this: that India brings to bear not just the $10 billion, but brings to bear a very broad set of other values to the table. Trusted partner, geography, market, talent, research partner. And if you do the algebra, the mathematics, and combine all of that and ascribe a value to it, I can assure you that it is many-fold the $10 billion that has been put as capital. So the value that India represents today is a significant value, like I said, cutting across a spectrum of attributes ranging from being a trusted partner, partner for talent, and also committed to attracting and creating investments in India across the ecosystem. Let me quickly give you a report card on some of the various areas of the ecosystem that have been put into motion, to being built, are being built, have been built. As you can well imagine, this is not a short-term program. The vision of our Prime Minister to build the semiconductor ecosystem is very future-oriented. It is a decadal vision. It is a vision that will span multiple years. And so therefore, to give you report cards on an annual basis is really to give you a perspective of the milestones that are being met as we go towards that end goal of creating a seriously viable and a significant presence in the global semiconductor value chains and ecosystem. Let me first tell you about future design and innovation. It's an extremely important part of our vision, our goals. It plays to our Prime Minister's very important expectation from the tech space in general, that design and innovation is an area that should showcase and must showcase the talent of our young Indians, and that in a lot of ways, as in the semiconductor space, design intensity and the impact of design impact the future of performance, that Indian startups and design in India in general should become a much more influential presence in the future of semiconductor and devices. So far, so to start with, $200 million or about 1,200, 1,400 crores have been set aside that the government is willing to invest, bootstrap, and help startups and companies build in the whole design and innovation space. So far, 7 startups have been approved for funding, and their products or devices or ICs range from AI to vector processors to image sensors and a broad spectrum of applications. This program is gaining slow and steady confidence. I think it was, in a lot of ways, a very new thing for startups to get into deep tech and to semiconductor design. And expectedly, we haven't reached the critical mass in terms of numbers of people to apply for this program, but certainly I can see from the over 35 startups that have applied for this program that there is an increase in the momentum and increase in awareness and confidence amongst our young startups to participate in this. The program, we are envisaging that this program will now expand to include larger companies as well, both foreign and Indian, that intend to get into the semiconductor design space. We are even willing to look at suggestions that are being made where big foreign fabless companies can design in India and have the intellectual property owned or co-owned in India, either in partnership with startups in India or on their own, and be qualified for financing support under the Future Design DLI scheme of the India Semiconductor Mission. It is certainly an exciting area because a lot of our government programs or our initiatives or our ambitions, design and innovation of chips is at the intersection of it. We have programs and ambitions in high-performance computing, quantum computing that the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned yesterday. In 2 months' time, we will be having a global India AI Summit. We have ambitions in the electronic space and goals in the electronic space. If you look at the various areas of the tech economy and the digital economy that the government is focusing on and growing, investing in, catalyzing, ranging from high-performance computing to electronics to AI, chips, products, devices are all lying at the intersection, all the applications and services that are going to be used and developed as a consequence of this. The focus on products and systems in compute, mobility, automotive and IoT industrial is again an area that that focus again plays to more and more of semiconductor design and devices that will be required and creates an opportunity for many, many startups and companies to do the same. Under this future design and the design innovation ecosystem and our initiatives there, we are almost all into RISC-V. We have launched a Digital India RISC-V program, and a whole large number of startups and incubation centers built around academic institutions like IIT Chennai are focusing on the future of RISC-V, future of devices in the RISC-V space, and which is branded DIR5 for the Indian equivalent of it. And we see that as being very critical and strategic in the overall scheme of things that we are doing as well. Apart from the investment side for the future design startups and future design companies, we are also putting into place policies on the demand side, allowing market aggregation, creating policies like PLI that will incentivize those who build platforms, build products to use domestically designed in India, made in India chips. So there are built-in incentives in the market policies that we have like PLI that will increase the attractiveness for those who are designing for India and designing in India or making in India. So that is the future design progress that has been made in the last 15 months. Even if it is about patting ourselves on the back, I think we can safely say that we've made some significant progress in the last 15 months, almost going from U equals 0 with 0 speed to some velocity, and which will, of course, over the years get even more accelerated as we move forward. The second big milestone, or a second big achievement, if you want to call it that, or a second big deliverable that we have undertaken is the issue of talent, which we refer to as future skills, SemiconIndia future skills. And there has been an absolutely world-class curriculum that has been put together by a group of very hardworking members of the industry who have volunteered their time and effort, ranging from the biggest companies globally, and they have put together this curriculum. And as the Honorable Prime Minister himself mentioned yesterday in his speech, that over 300 universities and colleges, that program is being rolled out, that curriculum is being rolled out. And we expect, as a consequence of this, many, many masters, postgraduate students, many doctorate and postdoctoral students, as well as the pipeline of undergraduate engineers and certified diploma holders to significantly expand with significantly global standard skills over the next 2 to 3 years. In the same space of talent, we are also actively looking at creating a framework where students who are undertaking these higher degree programs, postgraduate or higher specialized undergraduate programs, are also able to spend time as interns as part of the on-the-job training programs with other strategic fab partners that we are in the process of negotiating with, and that the government is open to funding. So it will be a comprehensive program. It is a comprehensive program of really building deployable global standard talent for companies. Just as you think of plug and play in terms of infrastructure, power, water, etc., we certainly want the next wave of talent from India be market deployable, industry deployable, project deployable, almost from the get-go as they graduate, as they leave their educational institutions. The third point I want to talk about is research. Very important part of our strategy, very critical part of the strategy in terms of building capability and capacity in the country. As a placeholder, the institution that is being designed and built is called the India Semiconductor Research Center. Don't fixate on the name, that name may change, but effectively, it will be an institution that is private-public partnership with a large number of partners in that institution that will be overseas academic institutions, Indian academic institutions, global semiconductor companies, Indian enterprises, and of course the government as the anchor partner in that. We expect again a group of hardworking partners to the India Semiconductor Mission from the industry have worked very hard. Industry and the academia have worked very hard to develop the design of that. And it's a very important beacon of our research ambitions, almost a pole in the ecosystem of research that we want to build, and is being built, and therefore the design of that institution is being very carefully done, and we expect, I think there is a conversation later in the day about semiconductor research in the DAYS program, and you will certainly get a glimpse of that. Yesterday I attended a session anchored by Professor Rao Tumala that showed the expanse of research that can be undertaken. And the broad model is that the ISRC would get the funding from the industry and from the government, and in turn own, oversee, partner with the academic network at large in India, the IITs, the IIScs, the private institutions, the private universities, the other universities, and create a vibrant ecosystem of research that spans not just innovation, but the entire gamut of science and engineering, the frontiers of science and engineering that today characterize semiconductor ecosystem. So that is the third thing I wanted to give you an update about. And you will see, I think, very shortly announcements from the government on the ISRC as it navigates, as the proposal navigates through the government system for approval. Last is manufacturing, fabs and ATMP. You are already aware of this absolutely landmark decision and what I hope is the first of many that will follow, the Micron decision to invest in Gujarat. It is a significant decision in that it has impact not just to validate India's credentials as an investment destination for a global brand, and that narrative apart, it also, in a sense, catalyzes the development of the supply chain for complex packaging ATMP units and down the road fabrication units. On the fabs, I know there's a lot of interest in this, and I hope the interest remains in the coming months and years as well. Our strategy on this in the early days has been a bit corrected. We are now more focused on the legacy nodes, more mature nodes. We think that is a better strategy of starting with less risky, more adaptable nodes, and then work our way up over the medium term to much more advanced nodes. So that is where we are focused, and we are today in discussions and engagements on 40 nanometer fabs, 28 nanometer fabs, compound fabs in gallium and silicon carbide. And I'm deeply hopeful that over the coming months we will be able to, and certainly before the next Semicon, we will be able to report back to you with progress in that front. I am tempted to tell you what our goals are for the coming years, but I will refrain. I didn't say it last year, but we did it quite well this year. So I think maybe that is the way to keep it. I will not lay out or predict what the goals for the coming year are, but I will certainly say that you should keep an eye out for another year of rapid progress, rapid advancement of and the growth of the Indian semiconductor ecosystem. There is an old advertisement that I used to encounter during my times in the cellular world, and it used to say, the future is bright, and I'll paraphrase that ad, the future is bright, and I will add, the future is India. I think when you look at the progress of the last 15 months, and you try and extrapolate what the future of the Indian semiconductor ecosystem will look like, I think the English version of what the Honorable Prime Minister said yesterday, yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai, this is the time, this is the right time, can also be added, can be bolted on with the future is bright and the future is the Indian semiconductor ecosystem. I will end by saying this, there have been many of you who have worked very hard with the government and the Indian Semiconductor Mission. Many of you who have been on the advisory board of the India Semiconductor Mission have given tremendous amount of your time and effort. I thank you for all of that effort. It has certainly helped make the progress that we have made in the last 15 months. For all those in the semiconductor community who have helped, contributed to creating the blueprint for talent, creating the blueprint for the design innovation, the future design scheme, the future skills scheme, the research, ISRC design. Again, my deep-felt gratitude and thanks for all your effort, all your voluntary effort, and for your time and contribution of ideas. I will end by simply saying, restating what I consider a good way to describe our goals and ambitions in the government of India and in terms of what the Prime Minister's vision really means. And I use this phrase to sometimes simplify what really our ambition is. We intend in India to build in the next 10 years, with the amount of capital that our Prime Minister has given us, a robust, vibrant, globally competitive presence in the global semiconductor ecosystem. And we certainly want to do what countries to the north of us took $200 billion in 25 years and could not succeed. I am absolutely confident, after seeing what the Semicon India first edition was and seeing the second edition today, that we are on course to achieve those goals and ambitions, and those goals and ambitions will certainly become center to this vision of New India that our Prime Minister is laying out in front of all Indian citizens. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, sir, for sharing with us the progress report card highlighting the achievements made by the Government of India since the inception of the Semicon India program. Let's move to our next session, Next-Gen Computing. Next-Gen Computing encompasses various emerging technologies such as quantum computing, artificial intelligence, edge computing, and advanced data processing techniques. These technologies are imperative for enhanced efficiency, increased processing, as well as adopting stringent measures to ensure security and privacy, which are now vital to carve socio-economic progress of the society as a whole. I would now call upon Shri Balaji Bhakta, CEO, Ventana Microsystems, for his keynote address on digital autonomy and sovereign data center infrastructure powered by RISC-V. Please extend a warm welcome to Shri Bhakta, who is an accomplished semiconductor executive, technology entrepreneur, and investor. With a track record of founding and exiting successful startups, he leads in high-performance RISC-V processors. Please let us welcome Shri Balaji Bhakta for his address. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for joining. I'm Balaji Bhakta, founder, CEO, and chairman of Ventana Micro. And I have here on stage with me, somewhere here, my co-founder and chief architect, Greg Favor. Thank you. We are delighted to be here. It was inspiring and motivating to listen to the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji articulate his big picture vision for a comprehensive end-to-end semiconductor ecosystem strategy for India. We heard the same from the Honorable Minister Ashwini Vaishnavji. And we just now heard a very inspiring, uplifting speech from the Honorable Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji as well. Yesterday, Greg and I had the opportunity to meet the Honorable Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar. It was really exciting to listen to him articulate a clear template to execute on this grand Digital India vision. He was pragmatic, and yet there was a clear sense of urgency. As we went through the discussion with him, we couldn't help but to be excited and energized by his enthusiasm and a very strong sense of purpose to get to the goal like tomorrow. We also sensed a strong sense of synergy between his Digital India vision and our own founding vision from Ventana when we started the company in 2018. India has made serious strides over the past couple of years under the new leadership. And we believe the next 10 years are going to be even more exciting, transformational. And Ventana can be a great partner in providing a key building block to realize that future. Let's take a look at what that looks like. Now, a brief introduction to Ventana. Again, there. Ventana was founded in 2019 by a team of highly experienced industry veterans with a proven track record of delivering data center class processors for generations, for decades. My own background, I'm a product of India, a proud engineer from India, moved to the US in 1991, and I founded my first startup in 1992 out of a single-bedroom apartment in Fremont, California. Started a company called Shuttle Technologies. Incidentally, that was the first ever large fabless semiconductor company out of India. We built products in India and sold in millions to the likes of Apple, HP, Sony, etc. This was way back in the early 90s. So for those who doubt India's capabilities in being able to deliver world-class semi, let them know we started the journey way back then. After building that company to a $38 million revenue stream, we got the company acquired by a public company. Then I went on to start another company called Plattis Communications, which invented iSCSI. If you look at any world-class storage systems today, you would know iSCSI is the protocol on which world storage runs. That was founded by me and a bunch of other engineers who also have come from India. And that product was also largely built out of Hyderabad. After Plattis was acquired by Adaptec, I was there as a GM for a couple of years, and then I was recruited to go run a large BU at Marvell Semi. I ran multiple successful businesses within Marvell in the high-performance compute, storage, networking, basically data center space. And having done that for a few years, 5 years, built that business from practically nothing to over $1 billion, I thought there was an opportunity to do something compelling in the semi space by creating an alternative to x86. Back then, you realize that Intel dominated the scene, AMD was kind of slipping, and we thought there was a great opportunity to build an alternative to the x86 monopoly, and that led to the creation of a company called Veloce, world's first ARM processor company that was capable of running data center applications. And that's where I met Greg. Incidentally, Greg was introduced to me by my dear friend, an elder brother, Vinod Dham. He's here in the audience. Say hello to Vinod Dham. So he was the one who introduced me to Greg, and the rest is history, as they say. Greg and I partnered to create world's first 64-bit ARM processor. When we set out to do that, ARM did not have 64-bit at all. We, along with Greg and the team, went out and created that entire spec along with ARM and made 64-bit ARM happen in the first place. Not only did we do that, we actually took that 64-bit architecture to the data center space by creating an entire systems platform, server class ecosystem around it. So that's the beginning of our journey. Now let's talk about Greg for a quick bit. Greg is, in my opinion, one of the top CPU architects in the world who has been building continuously, hands-on, high-performance processors for 35 years. How about a round of applause for Greg? A lot of people have done things in smaller increments, but Greg has been building processors. His first foray was to build world's first high-performance x86 processor as an alternative to Intel through a company that was founded by him along with Windom, a company called NextGen. They went on to revolutionize by creating a real viable alternative to x86, and that processor came to be known after NextGen was acquired by AMD as K6 and K7. So if you want to look at AMD, AMD had many, many lives, and one critical step that really helped them relaunch themselves was the baby that AMD, that Greg has put together called K6. So thank you again for that. Yeah. Thank you, Wen, for introducing me to Greg. So after that, Greg went on to create many other high-performance CPU initiatives, including a company called Montalvo Systems, which attempted at creating a high-performance x86 for mobile applications. After that, Greg and I joined forces to create Veloce, the ARM processor company, and we were the first ones to launch a working ARM processor that ran data center workloads in 2012. Let me tell you, that processor was taped out from India with the help of a lot of engineers in India. A TSMC 40 nanometer product running at 3 gigahertz. This was done in India, guys. How about a round of applause for those engineers? This is not something that you do easily. This is what the Intels of the world strive to do. We accomplished that with Greg and our team, and most of the work was done here in India. As a matter of fact, the architectural validation suite, the thing that tells you if you're building it the right way, was done here in Bangalore. So that's the kind of the team that started Ventana. So we talked about doing x86 and ARM. Why do we need to do one more architecture? Why does the world need one more architecture? That's a question that we had been contemplating, mainly because if you look at what happened as we started building the ARM processor, they went from being very flexible to very rigid. So we essentially went from a monopoly to a duopoly. We could not innovate. We could not differentiate. We could not build a processor that fit the agenda of countries like India to build your own sovereign data center infrastructure with your own flavor as a CPU, with your own workload optimization. Those things were not available within RISC-V. So we had to, within ARM as well as x86, and that's why we had to go do a RISC-V-based company and finish the job off, and that was the reason to start Ventana. Now, what did we really accomplish by launching Ventana? Please look at the screen. Ventana launched, whereon we won, world's first high-performance data center class RISC-V processor running at 3.6 gigahertz, performing at the same level or better as x86 or ARM equivalents. Who would have imagined RISC-V could get to this point? We essentially bridged the performance gap that existed between RISC-V and the other architectures by introducing Veyron. Veyron is a highly efficient, highly performant, highly secure, high-density, capable processor SoC, entirely implemented using chiplet-based architecture. And this is the foundation for you to build the next-generation data center revolution and build digital autonomy and build data center sovereignty. That's the premise, and we are really delighted to say this device achieves those targets. And again, I'm happy to tell you, this chip was largely built between US and our equal partners in Hyderabad, Pune, and Bangalore. So the tip, you're talking about a 5 nanometer, 3.6 gigahertz chip being taped out mostly from Bangalore. So that's another major milestone India can celebrate, high performance. So apart from that, Ventana has been instrumental in pulling RISC-V to the data center space in ways no one can imagine. Before we came on the scene, RISC-V was seen as an embedded core, entry-level processor, not capable of addressing high-performance applications. But we did what we did for ARM this time around for RISC-V. If you look at the participation that Ventana has, up and down, I sit on the board of directors, RISC-V board, and Greg is the vice chair of the technical steering committee, and he has contributed to RISC-V in ways no one else has done before. In return, RISC-V board recognized him 2 years in a row for outstanding contributions. And our team, there's a gentleman called Anup Patel. He was recognized last year for similar contributions. This guy lives here in India. So our team in India has done as much for RISC-V as anybody else in the world, so we can all be very proud of that. You can read the quote from Mark Himmelstein, the CTO of RISC-V International, the accolades he provides for Greg. On the heels of that, Ventana has been recognized as one of the top 10 semiconductor companies by CRN 3 years in a row, putting us in the same league as NVIDIA, Intel, AMD, Qualcomm, Broadcom, etc. So we get to be in the same league as some of those large companies, not because we're that big, but we can make that kind of impact. Impact matters when it comes to the next generation architectures, and that's what Ventana brings to the party. Look at who's who. Pretty much all of the European countries know Ventana. All the Asian countries know Ventana. Anybody who wants to build a high-performance processor and a next-generation data center architecture to take care of the sovereign interest knows Ventana, and we're delighted to bring that capability to India and have that be a building block to fulfill the Vision India mission. In terms of what we can do with applications built around and how we're going to be able to fulfill the digital autonomy and sovereign compute infrastructure priorities of India. We have seen this articulated by Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji yesterday very eloquently. We are the company that can help bring high-performance chiplets, the entire systems, building blocks around that, so India can build its own sovereign infrastructure, which ensures the data privacy. The Prime Minister was talking about how important it is to have data in the country, not let it leave and not let it be just residing on someone else's data center like AWS or Google or whatever, but building your own infrastructure, keeping data in-house, and using the data as the next oil to fuel India's ambitions to dominate and become third largest economy in the world. So for that, RISC-V is going to be the foundation, and Ventana's Veyron V1 chiplet can be a huge enabler. The supply chain and economic growth ambitions of India are also tied to the same key objectives, and we can help get India to realize those goals by bringing in RISC-V chiplets and cores to power India-based semiconductor products and the entire infrastructure. You know, if you look at semiconductors, building successful data center class processors is not for the faint of hearts. It's not an easy thing to do. I have seen large hyperscalers spend hundreds of millions and billions and try to build this and fail. Why is that? It's a hard thing to do. First of all, since 2008, there has been a massive consolidation in the semiconductor space, making semiconductor talent pool scarce. Most of the talents have been sucked up by these large companies and leaving very little. So in order for you to build a large data center class SoC, you need to have strong CPU expertise. And it's not easy to find those expertise everywhere. If you can get that expertise delivered to you in a chiplet form, and if you can leverage that chiplet form and build your own SoC for a fraction of the cost, in a fraction of time, not $200 million per project, but $20 million per project, not 4 years, but less than a year, then you break the cycle and you can realize India digital autonomy powered by RISC-V, enabled by Ventana. This is the vision we really set out to accomplish, and we are delighted to be here to be able to build a world-class high-performance processor and chiplet and enable SoCs to be built locally in India, leveraging those chiplets, and go after several competitive applications. So the blueprint for Indian digital autonomy looks like the blueprint for Indian digital autonomy powered for RISC-V starts with design and manufacture of products in cloud, HPC space, automotive, generative AI, edge compute, cell phones, notebooks, and pretty much every product that an average Indian consumes today can be built with our chiplets, and this is the vision that we would want to have India succeed at, and Ventana can help with that. And next is, if you want to be building a sovereign data center architecture, this is what an AWS architecture looks like. You can pretty much build every one of these servers, every one of them, be it a storage server, database server, every one of them can be built with what we have today, and you can deploy your own AWS here very, very soon. And to talk about some of the technical underpinnings of this, I'm going to have Greg touch quickly.
Well, hello, everyone. So with this slide, this first on the left shows the traditional approach with either PCI attached, possibly FPGA-based solutions for doing workload acceleration. Very expensive, very high-cost solution. If you look at ARM, they're trying to go to that middle solution, more monolithic silicon, which still has a very long development time, high cost, and at the end of the day, did you get the right solution that you first defined 3 years prior? What the revolution now is to shift to a chiplet-based architecture, where, as you can see here, for example, you have an I/O hub to which you can attach various chiplets, Ventana compute chiplets, domain-specific accelerators, other types of programmable accelerators. This gives you the very short time to market, the very low development costs that Balaji mentioned earlier. And basically, you can create cost-optimized solutions for each workload that you care about. There we go. Okay. Maybe just a quick comment. Moore's Law has been tailing off. That's what you see with these diminishing gains from AMD, Intel, ARM, and so on. We're now putting things back on to the traditional Moore's Law with Ventana domain-specific accelerators. This is just a quick overview of, we both offer IP as well as chiplets. In our first generation of the 16 cores, very high performance, a very substantial cache hierarchy. In chiplet form, you can see some of what you can do with Ventana compute chiplets. Around a hub, you can have a different number of Ventana chiplets, domain-specific accelerators, to create a very customized, low-cost, high-performance solution. This, in the case of a server context, you can show how you can readily scale up from your entry-level servers up to very high-end servers with very high core counts. And even a year ago, we've already ported a lot of these popular open source software stacks to RISC-V. They're up and running. We do live demos of all of these stacks ever since last year. It just shows you the state of the RISC-V software ecosystem.
Thank you, Greg. That was quick. So, as we've seen, we are delighted to be part of India's leap to digital autonomy. If you look at what we've accomplished, what you got on the screen, you have all of the building blocks you need to build everything that we talked about thus far. And Ventana can be an ally to India's leap to digital autonomy. We are delighted to be part of India's leap to achieving self-sufficiency in semiconductors and establish secure, sovereign data center infrastructure here in India. We look forward to collaborating with you all in this exciting journey. Thank you for the opportunity. And again, we are here to serve India and would love to be part of India's vision to get to self-sufficient semiconductor ecosystem. Thank you. Yes, sir. Sir. You want to pass on?
No, I just wanted to congratulate Balaji and Greg Favor, both of whom I have known, by the way, for, I don't know, 30 years. And I've worked very closely with them. Remarkable professionals for innovating. By the way, what you heard here was not just what we hear most of the time, taking bits and pieces, putting it together, and creating a solution. Question I had in this innovative way that you have really created an I/O and plugged things over into it directly, Greg, the accelerators, are they being created by Ventana, or are you having some other companies create the accelerators?
I don't understand the question, sorry. Sorry, can you repeat that question? Couldn't hear it quite well.
There was one slide that Greg presented where the traditional way of doing things was with PCI, then in the middle of the things, the way Intel and AMD is doing, then he's created a third way of doing it where it's much more pluggable and much more open source. But at the bottom of it, there were accelerators, right?
Yeah.
And on the top, there were compute engines. So I'm just asking, we in RISC-V, this Ventana company, are creating all the accelerators ourselves?
Oh, great question. You build the processor, but you also show the chiplet architecture for accelerators. Are you building them yourself? Vin, that's a great question. The answer is yes, we are.
Wow.
And we will be talking about that pretty soon. Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. Yes, we are.
No, that's unbelievable. I mean, this is a fantastic solution, great fit for the India. I'll be talking to MOS, and we'll be figuring out how do we engage with you much more tighter than we are right now. Thanks.
Vin, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, gentlemen, for sharing the insights about your company. We appreciate it. Please help me now extend a warm welcome to Sri Raja Koduri, CEO Mihira AI, for a keynote address on machine intelligence, silicon art in India. Sri Koduri serves on the board of directors for Tenstorrent Inc. and a pioneer in RISC-V and AI silicon. With prior roles at Intel, he spearheaded high-performance computing and GPU initiatives. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Koduri. Thank you.
I think this is fine, right? This is fine? Or maybe a little higher? And this is my clicker? Yes. Forward. Okay. I can click. Yes. Does it work? Click. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you can hear me? Okay. Let's get going. I embarked on a new startup adventure, and I got an interesting piece of advice by someone. They said, as a startup, you will have money, you'll have talent, you'll have lots of things, innovation, ideas, and all. The only thing you won't have is time, they said. So time is the most valuable asset, and since we are running a little behind, I will try and catch up a few minutes here. So last year, Semicon event in Bangalore was a pretty transformational event for me. Okay, I was at the event, and I spoke about the distributed zettascale compute for self-reliant India, and I spoke about these three things: software, systems, and silicon. Particularly, while we are very focused on silicon, I said there is a 35,000x opportunity in software. There are plenty of Python programs today that could run 35,000 times faster on the same silicon if they were optimized. So we could be building new silicon like Moore's law, this, that, and all for 1.2x, to 10%, 20% gain, while there is thousands times opportunities sitting in software. And some of those bottlenecks are in the system design and all, and I was urging people to say, hey, we need to spend more time on software and systems connected to silicon. And long story short, rather than ask other people to do, I decided to plunge in myself into the software system side, while staying connected to the silicon aspect of it. So here I am to tell you what I am up to, right? And I left Intel 4 months ago, and what I've been up to in the 4 months. My first observation was there is a lot of talent above Python. People understand Python and above Python, low code, no code applications, amazing amount of talent, geniuses working in that space. There is also, in my neighborhoods, lots of geniuses working in the atom space, people who do silicon design, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You heard a lot about that yesterday, today, and all. But what I found is there is not much in between. Between Python and atoms, the amount of expertise is very, 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 very thin. And, and most of the good people there all have gray hair like me, or no hair at all. So that's the problem statement that I'm after. And, since the last Semicon event, explosive things happened, right? I mean, it's just not the progress in India. This whole thing with large language models, right? ChatGPT happened after last year's Semicon India. Over 100 million users in 3 months, $4.4 trillion economy, and I think that's a lowball number, frankly, that is projected for a global economy. So that's, an incredible amount of stuff. And my personal pursuits for the last 30 years have been high-performance computing, immersive experiences, is the computer graphics side, but more importantly, that these things are accessible to everyone. That has been my, personal passion forever. And I was fortunate to participate in this industry going from petascale to exascale. And I hope, within the next 5, maybe 10 years, I get to see the zettascale as well. But that is, I'll stop talking about computing and now switch to stories. So I wanted to do the systems and software thing, but what problem do I want to go after? So I picked a problem that is actually kind of quite near to my heart. You know, India is a capital of storytelling. There are 100 million plus content creators, over 2,000 films produced every year. And I grew up, you know, my rest of my family in India is a very story-rich culture, you know, making, you know, spectacular films like Bahubalis and RRRs and all. So I know a thing or two about stories, right? And I also grew up, you know, reading many of them, many of these stories. And I know that many thousands of these stories are yet to be visualized, yet to be told at scale. And said, hey, this is one problem statement that got me going, and you know, that's the theme behind Mihira, which is simplify the process of bringing captivating stories to life. How are we going to do it? It is artist, the human at the center, by uniting artists, AI models, and machines with advanced silicon. That's what I'll cover in the next 5 minutes or so. So Mihira, the name Mihira, how I came about was I always wanted human in the middle. Okay, so MI for machine intelligence, human, HI for human ingenuity, and RA for real-time art. And it so happens to be Mihira, the god of, you know, the sun god, illuminating, you know, the entire world. And so it nicely worked out that way, but that's the genesis of the name. And now, if you look at great stories, they always start with, you know, what I call the inspiration of the creator. But bringing them to life today is a ton of perspiration. If you look at a great visual spectacle like Avatar, it took 12 years and $460 million of making budget. They spent another similar amount for marketing, etc. Cyberpunk, one of the most visually rich games, 9 years, $300 million. And even you know, some of the YouTube videos and YouTube experiences by some of the top content creators, a single person working on it spends $3.5 million in 2 months to make you know, the Mr. Beast, the Squid Game. So it's fairly expensive to create top-notch content, okay? And then everybody talks about AI. Oh, AI is coming and you can type a little prompt and it'll generate art and it'll kind of, you know, do everything for you. It's crazy. Every day there is a new tool out there. And it actually threatens to replace humans, then enhance, okay? And now what's more interesting is that all these models, you know, they're great. By the way, I'm not against AI models or anything. We'll be using quite a bit of that. But they do require a ton of computation, right? Which is where you all come into play, right? You know, like the text-to-image DALL-E was 9,000 GPUs, trained on 9,000 GPUs. The text-to-speech model, which is, you know, less intense, was trained on 16 GPUs. The prompt-to-code GPT-4 trained on 1,600 plus GPUs. And if you look at the costs of training these individual models, $100 million plus for GPT-4, $600,000 for just you know, the image generating stuff, right? And you know, over $700,000 per day infrastructure cost for GPT. So what this has done, frankly, is that, you know, it's really interesting what, if you look at what does an artist make, an employed artist make in India, about 5 rupees to 50 rupees. 50 rupees are the, you know, the top-end folks, you know, in cities like Mumbai and Hyderabad and Bangalore working for top-notch films, make 50 rupees per hour. If you look at a GPU in a single GPU in a data center makes between 200 rupees to 300 rupees, okay? So a piece of silicon makes more money per hour than an artist, right? This is, you know, this is the key thing that we at Mihira wanted to address, right? We wanted to increase the value of the art produced, the value of human ingenuity, and reduce the cost of the machines. So with that, what we embarked on is to build a full Mihira platform, right, where basically we want every artist to acquire the superpowers of AI technology. They control AI. AI doesn't control them. And, we call them super artists, so their productivity is a lot higher. So I'm well on my way. We have, what I call, studio as a service model. We have 200 plus Mihirans, as I call them, by end of this year. We have already 170 on board. Our IP, key IP, we have a top-notch engineering team both here in India and in Silicon Valley. We're creating this IP called Super Doubles, and also an entire data platform for artists where their data will be used to train the models. And there is incredible amount of data in India. Actually, the future of AI is who has data wins the AI race. And we are also working on a very low TCO infrastructure with hardware that is affordable, much more affordable than the single vendor that dominates the entire AI hardware profit pool today, right? So we're looking at picking up hardware from this ecosystem. Particularly the chips that are made in India would be extremely interesting for us. So that is, like I said, I promised I would accelerate and get it done. I can talk about the stories and things behind this for hours and hours. Basically my call to action for this whole community is let's unite artists, models, and machines to create the greatest stories ever told. And that is, the mission that my Mihira AI is up to. And I'll be looking forward to collaborating with every one of you in making this happen. Thank you. Good. Questions? I'm available, actually. Let's keep it going. So I'm available rest of the day. If you have any questions, please reach out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the insights with us in a crisp presentation of yours. We appreciate it. We now move ahead with our next session on semiconductor packaging. Semiconductor packaging plays an important role in ensuring the reliable and efficient functioning of semiconductors division. The continuous advancement of packaging technologies contributes to the ongoing evolution and innovation in the semiconductor industry. We are excited to see New India excelling in semiconductor manufacturing with the first approval accorded to Micron Technologies Inc.'s USD 2.7 billion packaging facility under the SemiconIndia program. To understand the criticalities involved therein, we now bring to you a panel discussion on Micron ATMP in India, supply chain strategy and roadmap. We take a moment before we call upon the moderator and the panelists. We have one gentleman joining on video conferencing, Shri Chanping Chong from K&S. Can we connect? Thank you. We welcome you, sir, for the session. It is indeed our pleasure to have you with us. We'll start the session in a moment. Sir, you're probably on a mute. Can you just unmute yourself? Okay, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you loud.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you too. We ready?
Good.
Team? Yeah. Okay. So we are ready for the session. First of all, I call upon on stage Shri Gursharan Singh, SVP, Micron Technology, as the moderator. Welcome, sir. We also would like to invite the panelists, Shri Jeffrey Chun, Simtech, Shri Noboru Yoshinaga, Disco, Shri Raja Vinay, Air Liquid. Welcome, sir. More the merrier. Big round of applause for all of them. Thank you. As the panelists settle in, let me introduce you to Shri Gursharan Singh. He has over 30 years of manufacturing experience and expertise in operations and supply chain management across the US and Asia, including Thailand, Taiwan, Greater China, and Malaysia. Gursharanji served as Senior Vice President of Silicon Operations and Supply Chain Management at Western Digital. Prior to that, he held senior leadership roles at SanDisk Corporation for Global Operations and Supply Chain Management. Sir, may I request you to kindly steer us through the imperative discussions during this session.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm very pleased to be here at Mahatma Mandir and honored to be part of the initiatives to transform wafers into chips and make Modiji's vision and all of you's desire to come true. So thanks for having me here. I welcome you together. I welcome all of you, and together we are going to build India's first assembly and test factory here in Sanad in the coming months, and we look forward to commission this factory by end of 2024. Of course, it's going to need a lot of efforts, but especially I want to call out ISM and also Rajiv ji and Ashwini ji's efforts to really make this as a reality. So we are going to start with, first I'm going to introduce the panelists here who are going to be our co-partners or participating in us setting up the assembly and test units here. So we have here Mr. Jeffrey Chun, CCO. He is the Chief Customer Officer at Simtech. So Mr. Jeffrey Chun, who is currently the CCO of the business group and leads the sales organization, which is globally located in every key semiconductor market close to major customers. His company, Simtech, is an integrated circuit packaging substrate supplier to Tier 1 semiconductor companies and has been concentrating on developing and manufacturing advanced PCBs since 1987. Next to him, Yoshinaga-san, Executive Vice President and Representative Executive Officer of Disco Corporation. We have Yoshinaga-san, who began his career in Disco Corporation in 1982 after graduating from Nihon University. He has more than 40 years of experience managing global sales and operations teams and is currently the Executive Vice President and Representative Executive Officer of Disco. His company, Disco Corporation, produces advanced equipment and processing tools for semiconductor companies. In particular, the highly precise dicing and grinding tools needed to cut wafers into small dies. Another panelist who's on the link here, Mr. Chong Chan Pin, is a technology industry veteran with more than 24 years of engineering and operations experience in semiconductor and electronics industry. He is currently the Executive Vice President and General Manager at K&S Products and Solutions Group. His company, K&S, design and produce a slew of advanced interconnect packaging equipment solutions for thermocompression and bonding ball and and wedge bonding, flip chip and wafer bump equipment. And the last one is Mr. Raja Vinay Singh, Head of Sales and Business Development, Large Industries of Air Liquide India. Mr. Raja is Head of Sales and Business Development for Air Liquide, as I said. He has over decade experience in industrial gas sector and positions of increasing responsibility across sales, business development, strategy, and project development. His company provides ultra-high purity industrial gases to semiconductor manufacturers. For example, core gas, like liquid nitrogen, is used in various manufacturing steps and is highly critical to ensure stability of manufacturing processes. So before we go further, we are going to play a short video on Micron just to familiarize you what we exactly do. MC, can you help play video, please? Sound? No sound? Can we have sound, please? I think we are having some technical issues here.
For over 40 years, Micron has been a world leader in innovative memory solutions, transforming how the world uses information to enrich life for all. 2.5 quintillion bytes of data is stored, shared, and streamed every single day. It's all around us, in our connected devices, machines, and gadgets. It's captured in our data centers, stored in a cloud, and surging through networks. The story of every Micron chip starts on the design board, where engineers lay out billions of electronic components using computer-aided design tools to determine how the memory chip should be constructed. It can take years of research, thousands of process steps over months to build a single chip. Join us on a virtual tour of Micron's global assembly and test manufacturing process. After front-end fabrication, wafers are transferred using an automated material handling system to the component assembly area to begin the wafer thinning step. A chemical polishing process ensures uniform wafer thickness before being attached to an adhesive backing and split into individual dies using a diamond-edged saw. For the die attach process, good dies are picked by a robot arm from the wafer and attached onto a circuit board. Gold wire is then used to establish connections. Finally, dies are being encased in protective packaging at the encapsulation step, ready to be tested. Every Micron chip undergoes rigorous testing under accelerated stress conditions like extreme heat to ensure the highest quality. Additional speed testing is carried out to verify that each part meets or exceeds the required speed specifications. Each qualified part will be laser marked with part numbers and key identifying information, optically scanned and inspected to ensure strict fit and form specifications. Many of Micron's finished components go into memory modules and solid-state drives, where automated surface mount equipment assembles memory and other components onto printed circuit boards. The final products will be packed using an automated packaging system for shipment to our customers. Micron is happy to announce its plans to build a new semiconductor assembly and test facility in India. Located in the Sanand Industrial Park in Gujarat, Micron will invest $825 million to build and operationalize the facility over the next few years. Built and operated with our sustainability goals in mind, the new leading-edge DRAM and NAND assembly, testing, marking, and packaging facility will be 500,000 square feet initially and will create up to 5,000 new Micron jobs and 15,000 community jobs over the next several years to meet future industry demand. At Micron, we value collaboration because that's where the best ideas are born. Our team members, partners, customers, and leadership work closely together to deliver our products. We set a high bar for ourselves and our industry because transformation always starts from within.
Thank you. I think I need help. Can you please?
You have to come over here, the slider will point to you. You point over here. Your presentation. Hello, can we have the presentation of Sir, please? Yeah.
Thank you. Semiconductors remain one of the most traded products globally with wide-ranging applications and is projected to grow to be more than $300 billion industry by year 2030. Micron is the 5th largest semiconductor company in the world with 11 global manufacturing sites and more than 44,000 team members. Micron ships over 3 billion units a year and continues to be at the forefront of innovation to create memory and storage solutions for autonomous cars, the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, consumer electronics, data centers, and other areas of digitalization growth. We have more than 53,000 patents, and our 1-beta DRAM and 232-layer NAND technology keeps us at the leading edge of memory and storage technology. Our products may be small and getting smaller, but fully understanding the complexities and importance of semiconductors is not easy, and we are at the leading edge of that. At Micron, our global manufacturing footprint and diverse workforce is a competitive advantage as we strive to drive resiliency into our supply chains. Micron have existing capacity in Singapore, Malaysia, China, Taiwan, and with many of our subcontractors in Asia and North America region. Our focus increasingly shifts to enable our sites to run multiple product lines for agility to respond to any market changes. So last month, Micron took the bold step in announcing long-term investments in India. Our new assembly and test location here in Gujarat will not only expand Micron's global manufacturing base, but will enable us to better serve our end customers in India and around the world. We are confident that this investment can eventually deliver substantial returns as we are backed by a track record of more than 40 years of experience in assembly and test manufacturing with deep expertise in building new factories at scale and quality. Micron also has strong relations with the reliable network of critical material and equipment suppliers who understand our processes and have grown with us over the years. Our enhanced partnerships through long-term relationships allows us to maintain appropriate inventories to ensure uninterrupted supply to support our product leadership and customer commitments. Many of these suppliers are also co-located near to our manufacturing facilities to enable strong regional collaboration and support. So with that, let's have our first question, and I'm going to go to Jeffrey first.
Okay.
So Jeffrey, my question is on manufacturing strategy. With the growing importance of ATMP investments in Gujarat, what are your company's considerations and plans for establishing or expanding semiconductor facilities within the country? And further, what factors influence your decision to invest in local production capabilities?
Thank you, Gersh, and thank you very much for your kind introduction. It is my great honor to participate SemiconIndia and also joining your session this morning. So, and we'd like to congratulate Micron's new announcement in the investment decision in India, and congratulate the government of India and the state of Gujarat for making great milestone for India's semiconductor history. To answer your question, we are now evaluating and preparing for another co-location investment together with Micron. The key consideration would be whether we can continue and receive the equal or same level of support from the local government. So the supply chain partners will definitely come in with the different scales according to our plans, and we'd like to ask the local agencies and government offices to view our project not as a standalone project, but as a part of the entire supply chain that we are contributing to further strengthening the India government mission on making the India semicon supply chain. I'd like to briefly share with the audience that, like Gersh briefly mentioned in his presentation, this is not our first time making co-location investment. We have experience of making co-location investment together with Micron in China. We have also done the same project in Malaysia, and now we are preparing to make another investment here in India. So from our past two experiences in China and Malaysia, they have been extremely successful. We have really pioneered the neighborhood and built the ecosystem together. And also, after our investment, we attracted many more investors to come to the region and further strengthening the ecosystem and local supply chain. So we are absolutely confident that this new project and opportunity together will be successful, and we will definitely contribute to to build a local India semicon local supply chain. So I really look forward to continue our journey in the global expansion, and also asking for the local government support for our project together. Thank you very much.
So, Jeffrey, from the factories that you have in vicinity to one of your key customers, do you support the ecosystem, the other factories, other customers in either within the same region or globally? How does your business model work?
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, we will be, this co-location project is focusing on our global customer and industry leaders movement. But at the same time, we understand that, especially in India, there's a huge demand and need for local supply of the the product that we deliver, the printing circuit board and IC packaging substrate. So we believe this investment, after we execute this plan, it will not only benefit Micron, but also the local corporation who need our products to build their business.
Thank you, Jeffrey. So you talked about government support. So from that point, I'll go to Yoshinaga-san and Raja. So I'm going to talk specifically on incentives and support from the Indian government. So the question is, what kind of support or incentives does your company expect from the Indian government, both center and state, to facilitate your expansion and investment in the country? And furthermore, are there any specific policy changes or initiatives that would be beneficial to the semiconductor industry's growth in India? So you can go first, Yoshinaga-san.
Thank you very much for thank you very much for the invitation for this occasion. Also, I would like to express the my appreciation to the regional government and the organizer of the SemiconIndia. The local government and the organizer of the SemiconIndia to have the very successful like the exhibition today. Then for the your question, first of all, like I would like to highlight that DISCO has already got 25 working experience in India as the kind of partner of the ecosystem. So DISCO has already more than 100 units of the installation base of the DISCO product in India. So we are supporting the entire semiconductor or India semiconductor industries since then. Then with the big chip manufacturer like the Micron to invest the huge money and establish the very advanced assembly and the test facility in India, actually we have to provide the very fast like the support. Even like yesterday we have to provide the support for the Micron, I believe. So in that case, like we need the local and the very skillful and talented engineers for our organization. I'm sure at the end of the day, the DISCO have to establish our own organization in India. But from before that, again, as I mentioned, we need a very skillful engineer. So in that case, like we would like to ask even the federal government or the regional government to introduce the kind of the talent to our companies, even as the fresh graduate from the universities. Also, from like our point of view to support the Micron, we have to have we have to establish the application laboratory, including the clean room, to do the kind of like the failure analysis or to provide the training or to improve the productivity or the qualities. So we have to invest the certain money to the India. So if the local government to provide the certain privilege to DISCO, then it's very helpful.
Naga-san, first of all, I'm very pleased to hear that you look forward to work with the local colleges, hire fresh graduates, and provide them on-the-job training. Sure. And we will collaborate with you. Our corporate vice president, Hem Takiar, has been in touch with many colleges here locally, as well as in the region, as well as India-wide colleges, and will be very happy to collaborate. And government agencies are very participative and encouraging to the extent even Honorable Prime Minister also offered to help us in that area. So we will be following up on that.
Yeah. Also, if we will have the kind of laboratory in India, so we can provide or we can propose the kind of the internship program to the local the university for the student. Then maybe they can expose the skill or the know-how of the part of our technologies. So they can even apply their job in the even Micron or the other the customers in the industry to be the kind of like employee of those customers. Then maybe we can share the kind of win-win situation at the end of the day.
Great to hear that not only you are looking at supporting the companies in India, you are willing to hire the fresh graduates, provide them internship as well as on-the-job training, and offer opportunities in your overseas operations. So this is great news for
Yeah.
Okay. So Raja, your comments, please.
Thank you, Gushan. Good morning, fellow panelists, industry colleagues, and revered audience. I feel very delighted to be here this morning with you. And we thank the Micron team for inviting us to be a part of this session. And a big congratulations to the organizers, the METI, the ISM, and other stakeholders. I represent Air Liquide, and we are an international industrial gas company with over 30 billion revenue globally, and we are present in 73 countries. 10% of that comes from the electronic sector. We are the utilities provider for the semicon sector. In India, we have been present for over 30 years now. So we are keenly following the developments in the semicon sector, and we'll place ourselves and position ourselves to help develop the semicon ecosystem. If I have to add to what kind of incentives we are looking at, as Jeffrey mentioned, the utilities players like Air Liquide should be looked at as a part of the ecosystem, and the CAPEX subsidy benefits should be extended for the full scope of supply for us as well. Land allocation in the vicinity of the semicon players, uninterrupted power supply, the red tapeism, or I should say the right-of-way issues and the power transmission and quick connection to the grid, these kind of things we are looking at. And as I mentioned, we are looking at keenly how the developments are taking place, the rapid strides in the semicon sector, and we will contribute to development of this ecosystem. Thank you.
Okay. My next question is going to be on regulatory transparency and stability, and we are going to go to Mr. Chong Chan Pen. Mr. Pen, the question is, what roles does regulatory transparency and stability play in your company's decision-making process regarding investments and expansion in India? And also, are there any specific areas where you seek more clarity or consistency from the Indian government? Over to you, Mr. Chen.
All right, thank you, Chris. It's a pleasure, and I want to congratulate again Micron for the successful, opening of your facility in Gujarat. So I think in every greenfield factory, whether it's in Asia or in the US or Europe, I think support is a very important function. Whether it's for Micron or for all factories or semiconductor factories in India. And Kulik and Sofa has been in packaging equipment business, like wire bonding, thermal compression, and flip chip and so forth, right? We'd like to continue to support that, especially in your greenfield sites. So importantly, from a regulatory thing, it's important for us to understand how we get parts in and out of the region hubs. Okay, for example, when you run a 24/7 startup in the factory in Gujarat, we like to see how we can put parts and storage in some warehouse, where we do not have to be inhibited by import duties or regulatory things that will slow down the process. Every minute of downtime is a loss of potential revenue for every company. So we like to see how we can facilitate our parts, our storage, our hubs of spares, and all this is important to support whether it's Micron or any other factories in India, right? We currently have a software team in Bangalore, and we support that through our software development, and we want to continue to see how we want to explore the opportunity of expanding that team. Especially now you have this new facility in Gujarat. We like to see how we can work closely with Micron to see how we can exactly to grow the talent pool in Gujarat to support Micron. So from a regulatory concern or point, I think important is for us to understand all these things before your first equipment rolls into the factory, so that we understand, we try to overcome some of the hurdles or blockages so that we ensure a smooth flow of parts and equipment into your factories and support, right? We will probably be flying in experts from whether it's at the Singapore hub or the US hub, depending on the equipment sets. And that also means that it's important to get all these obstacles cleared up so that they can arrive on time and quickly move into the factory to support your factories. Like I mentioned, time is money for everybody, opportunity cost. So we want to see how we can do that. We also, there was a question about, what clarity that's needed, right? We don't really have a clear entity right now in Gujarat. That will be clear up if you could help us understand whether we need to have a local entity, we need a JV entity, we need some kind of entity to facilitate things going into Gujarat, for example, or any other factories in India, right? This is kind of like still pseudo new for KNS. We would like to explore the journey together. And like I said, any kinds of entity or ways of getting around those problems so that we can actually move things quickly for you, right? You're going to run 24/7, 365 days operations. We need to get parts in, people in, and make it as easy as possible so that we give you the high uptime of all your equipment availability. Thank you.
Very much. We really appreciate KNS and specifically your personal commitment to make the operation successful and grow the ecosystem, as well as participate in the cluster formation. So to make this session more interactive, I would welcome questions from the audience at this stage. Any questions?
So in place of any question, I want to clarify that there is no need to have any obligatory kind of industry tie-up with if you want to work in India. You can directly set up without any JV, or if you want some kind of collaboration, that is also possible. So from government side, there is no such requirement.
Okay. All right.
Well, sir, I'm Pankaj Gulati, working in this semiconductor industry for over 3 decades, working with Continental Device. In fact, we were one of the first customers of Disco SAW in India, sometimes in mid-80s. And, and problems that we have been facing, firstly, I congratulate Micron on making this big announcement. The problem that we've been facing over the years is the support for the equipment maintenance. I mean, there was hardly any support. So hopefully now things will change with Micron coming in. But along with the equipment, I think we also need a lot of material support, like the molding compounds, the substrates. You have the substrates, but there are a lot of lead frame material. And my request to MITI would be that to offer incentives to the materials ecosystem structure that helps build these semiconductors, because we are been manufacturing for over 59 years discrete semiconductors in India, but even till date we import all our molding compounds, the bonding wires, the lead frames, everything is imported, and that not only causes inventory buildup, cost increases, everything. So not just the manufacturing, but the ecosystem should also be provided the incentive by the Ministry of Electronics. That's all, and congratulations, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure we have to establish the kind of ecosystem for the entire industries, not only with us. Sure, as you mentioned, we need the supply of all the materials and the equipment. So maybe I believe this is a very good opportunity for all of the suppliers with the Micron, because we have to participate in the Micron program. So I'm sure either they have to have the joint venture the program or the direct the entity established. But somehow we have to be the India. So with all of the suppliers, yeah, we have to establish the kind of ecosystem.
Yeah, sure. So I think that's a great point. So. And we have a great experience of fully localizing the entire supply chain in China together. So it's not only it doesn't end from our side, but it goes all the way to our material supplier. So again, the consistency of the government support is really important. At some cases, we might need to also invite our material supplier to invest in India and build their own facility. And as we move along, it will come in a much smaller scale. So there should not be any discrepancy when evaluating these projects. But understanding as a whole supply chain, it is really critical factor to the localization of the supply chain. Yeah.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Amrit Manwani from Sahasra Electronics. In the SME space, we have set up the first ATMP unit in India. My question is to all the equipment suppliers. When we were setting up the plant, our deliveries for equipment were very, very long as 24 to 30 months, and in some cases, even 36 months. Has the situation improved now, or would we have to face the same situation going forward in terms of equipment lead times?
Actually, in the past 2 years, even we DISCO also struggled to shorten the delivery time of the tool, but somehow since we are facing the downturn, yeah, we could improve the lead time of our tool, even for the entire industries. Most of the equipment manufacturer could improve the lead time of the tool, I believe.
Thank you.
I'd like to add a comment here. So I think through the years of COVID, there was a bit of a surge of demand. So every equipment suppliers were trying to catch up in terms of supply chain. I think in 2023, late 22, 23, things have sort of settled down a little bit more to a more sustainable situation. Of course, there are still some critical components. There's a longer lead time, but if you're talking about a very simple wire bond, I think things have gotten a lot better in 2023. And we'll foresee that in going into 24, things would also have been stabilizing, right? Of course, during the years of the COVID, we have also have different ways of mitigating the supply chain issues, dual sourcing, alternative components, different hubs and so forth, right? I think we learn a lot. I think it's not just us as a KNS company, but I think the industry has learned a lot through the COVID years. mitigating the supply chain risk. So I think things are a lot better in terms of supplying equipment for India in the coming years.
Yeah. I have a question. Jeff, you put a very valid point that we need to develop a local supply chain for the materials, particularly for the packaging. But the point is that if we develop the local supply chain for the materials, initially who will going to qualify that material to be utilized for the end applications? What is the role which Sematech or Micron would like to take it forward to qualify the local supply chain for the material? Of course, the option is there. You can encourage the people who are well established in China and qualify and to invest in India. But model would be like that if we do have the minerals here itself, let it be developed locally and with the hand holding of the technology partner. But definitely, who will be the qualifying the material? What is your thought process on that, sir?
Okay, so the qualification of the local material is really a collaborative effort, not only at our end, but it goes all the way to our customer and our end customer. So yes, it will take some time to process because of the long the qualification steps. But we are very confident that, as I shared with you briefly, we have done this before. We have done this outside Korea. We have done this in China. We have done this in Japan. And we are now evaluating our opportunities of localizing materials in our new location in Malaysia. So we are quite confident that with the support from our customer and the entire supply chain, we can also repeat the same experience and fully localize the material in India. I mean, that's the main motivation of making investment in India. Yeah.
I really appreciate what role Micron would like to play in this, sir.
Right. So thank you. So strategically, to meet time to market requirements, it's very strategic for us to have local supply chain. As Jeffrey mentioned, we will start with our partners who have been working with us for years to successfully qualify the factory and to be able to ship product. And we'll work with or develop the local partnerships where we can localize the supply chain, and it is going to be an evolutionary process for us to share our learnings and work to develop that ecosystem. But we will be very, very keen. That is the only way you can meet the time to market requirements in a timely fashion.
One question to the equipment supplier, whether you have some kind of a preference customer list, since Manwani sir says that lead time of the equipment is quite high for the when we are importing to India. What would be the status for Micron when they are establishing the plant in India, whether the timeline can be synced?
So I can answer on behalf of Yoshinaga-san that we have requested that for us to set up the factory here, we'll be first setting up a training center. As a matter of fact, Micron has already acquired a factory where we had a ribbon cutting day before yesterday, and we are going to ask for, or we have asked for their help to provide us equipment with shortest lead time and prioritize to get it set up here so our young engineers can start learning. So we will be prioritized. I'm speaking on your behalf, but I think he wants to hear from you.
Also, like we have already committed to Micron to provide our tool along with the roadmap of the Micron. So I'm sure the Micron going to ship the product in the certain time frame. So we cannot make the Micron delayed. So we have to be there.
Thank you.
All right. So
I'm having one question. Sorry. My name is Gaurav Gupta, and I'm from the automotive industry, Maruti Suzuki India Limited. So first of all, big thanks to all the dignitaries for sharing their thoughts. And my question to Mr. Gurran, to you. See, we all know the semiconductor value chain is very complex, and the lead time is quite high at different stages, from front end, back end, testing, packaging. So when Micron is coming locally in India, so how do we see the complexity will go down, and how do we see the impact on the overall lead time in the supply chain? Thank you.
I can comment to that. So we are going to, of course, we need to start walking before we start running. And we will bring in our trusted partners to help set up the factory, commission the factory. We will start with the compute DRAM product. And then we will be, as we are starting to mature the factory, we will be adding more complex products over a period of time, and before we even get into the automotive. So there is tons of experience we have in our network, which we will be leveraging to expedite our learning as fast as we can. And when we are doing that, with that will come additional supply chain capabilities that we'll build over a period of time. But we have, the factory we are setting up here is not only for India, it's the global factory. And we plan to basically meet the global requirements from this site. And we continue to support our customers from our network here as well as globally. So there's capacity set up to meet current as well as requirements in the future. So with that said, I do want to thank the panelists here for taking the time, and some of you traveled, and really appreciate for your insight, information, and taking on the questions. Very interactive session. And we'll be around if there are additional questions. We'll be very happy to take on additional questions and have discussion. So thank you very much for listening, and thanks for your participation. And my special thanks to Mr. Chongchan Pin for taking time, and KNS, we are counting on your support as well, like others. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that wonderful session of yours, and as well as the active participation from the audience. We can have a big round of applause for all of them. Thank you, sir, for joining through the video. We appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, after this event gets over, I'm going to be super rich. You know why? Someone has dropped the platinum card of Rupee. I might encash it with all the digital help from all of you guys. GSC Bank, it's a platinum card. Please, whoever has lost it can contact me. I'm Dhwani. Thank you. All set? Okay. It is important to keep pace with the evolving technologies, particularly in the semiconductor packaging sphere. Embracing investments in packaging research can result in attainment of high sustainability goals. To dwell on the thoughts of research and innovation in this field, let me invite the technology experts through a panel discussion on the packaging research and innovation to drive future performance. With a big round of applause, we invite Sriharikota Takyar, Micron, as a moderator. Can we have a big applause, please? Along with him, the distinguished panelists, Professor Tumala Rao, Georgia Tech. Welcome, sir. Dr. Surya Bhattacharya, IMA Singapore. Dr. Devin Iyer, AMCOR. Welcome, sir. And Sri Amrit Manwani, Sastra. The moderator for the session, Sriharikota Takyar, holds over 40 years of extensive experience in semiconductor packaging, from design to high-volume manufacturing, product development, manufacturing operations, strategic planning. He has previously held various positions at Western Digital, SanDisk, Novolux, and National Semiconductor Instrumental, at driving several industry initiatives under SEMI. I would request Mr. Takyar to lead this interesting discussion. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here on the stage here with my colleagues. I think collectively we bring over 200 years of industry experience here to you. Thank you. With over 300 patents, that's what we have here on the stage. So as we look into the world of packaging research and innovations, before we get started, I want to introduce the speakers here. Professor Rao Tumala, I think everybody knows Professor Rao Tumala in the world of packaging. Has written quite a few books. Professor Rao, he holds Joseph Petit Chair of Electronics Packaging, and he's been associated with Georgia Tech for many decades now. He's a founding member of NSF Engineering Research called ERC and PRC, and he's also brought the vision of system in a package many, many decades ago, just when the world of multi-chip packaging was evolving, and here came the vision of system in a package that time. Before Georgia Tech, Professor Rao was IBM fellow for several years, working in areas of displays, magnetic storage, and packaging. He holds over 70 US patents and more than 300 publications in the industry. Professor Rao. Okay, then I'd like to introduce Dr. Surya Bhattacharya. Dr. Surya Bhattacharya has a PhD in electrical engineering from University of Texas. He's director of System in a Package at A-Star IME Research Institute, with 30 years of experience in CMOS devices and package scaling. Before IME, he was director of foundry engineering at Qualcomm. So far what you heard, Professor Rao, Surya, both industry, academics, great combination there. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Devin Iyer, PhD, is Senior Vice President at AMCOR Technologies, managing power and automotive product business units there. Before joining AMCOR, he was at Texas Instruments for 12 years, Corporate Vice President responsible for design, assembly engineering technologies, and manufacturing. He brings more than 30 years of experience in global semiconductor industry here. Dr. Iyer has also been associated in past with Georgia Tech, spending some time there in terms of being a faculty, driving the research there as well. Next, I'd like to introduce Amrit Manwani ji. He's truly, if you look at most recent venture, I'll start with that, founding Sahasra Semiconductors, AMTP OSAT plant, memory packaging in India. And before that, Manwani has been managing Sahasra Group. He's been chairman. He's completed several Alcina assignments as well. His ventures have ranged in many states of India as well as offshore in East Africa as well. So truly global experience bringing to the stage here. So with the introductions, before we get started, I thought we like to spend a minute here for us to align and recognize what does the world of packaging research and innovation landscape looks like. Very often we associate the world of packaging with what we see in front of us. But there is a lot more to packaging research, and that's the part that we don't normally see. So if you look at packaging research, it links to just about every element of product development flow and the supply chain. And you heard about the supply chain earlier today. Starting with the system architecture, the chip IC layout, global interconnect optimization, I/O design, the interconnect technology, the fab packaging interaction, the ESD, and package design. Package design is typically what we often talk about, the thermal, the stresses optimization, all of that. And of course, that has to link with the manufacturing processes and the defect management. So one key reason I'm trying to emphasize, when we think about packaging research, it's all of these elements that really matter, and they all need to be linked, they all need to be addressed. What we also need to recognize is the technology development truly is a very strong collaboration with the equipment and the material partners. You heard an earlier discussion today, the supply chain leaders. The leaders, they've been in the industry since the dawn of semiconductors. The first semiconductor chip was using KNS wire bonder ever built. KNS is still the industry leader. And that speaks to the scope of research that I like for all of us to recognize here. What we also need to recognize is when we talk about performance, it's tightly coupled with market segment and applications. Again, performance typically, we think about compute performance. It's a lot more compute performance. The third point to be noted as we look into the landscape of research is that packaging research is globally distributed. And we need to accept that this has been the success model for the last 40 years and managing that global research. Significant of packaging research is driven today in OSAT world with equipment suppliers and the material suppliers. And the message in there is when we think about R&D and the close collaboration. What we also need to accept and recognize is the global competencies need to be leveraged in area of research. It's a coexistence of the whole ecosystem. While a lot of the packaging ecosystem is in Taiwan, the research is global all around the world. So as we embark on the journey of leadership in packaging research, we need to pay attention to all of these elements here. So with that, I think I'll move on to the panel discussion here. So, as we embark on the panel discussion, I think first will be a question here to the panel is, what are the research models, consortium models that you would like to share with the audience here, where you're seeing success, what works, what doesn't work? So with that, I'll ask Professor Rao to take the lead and share his thoughts on that with us.
Morning. First, thank you very much, Ham, for including me in this panel session. First, I want to congratulate you, Gurshu, and your CEO, and the entire Micron team for taking the very, very bold step of putting manufacturing for the first time on a large scale, okay, in India. That's wonderful. This, I view this as next to what TI did, okay, bringing the design center in 1987. So this is the second biggest milestone, okay, in adding to the number of technologies that India needs in becoming the entire, what I call a system country. The end goal for India, in my view, should be a system country, because India already has design and software. If you bring manufacturing, the only thing we need to do is really what you said is packaging research and development, which in my opinion, India is totally capable of, like no other country. Okay, I don't have the time to go into the details, but I see that clearly, that India, okay, with its massive IITs, okay, a lot of faculty, all under one roof, to be able to do what I call large-scale R&D, like no other country, okay, inviting a lot of companies to come to India just for R&D alone, okay? So that gap will be gone as well. So going back to the question of a global, so let me also say for a minute that I've been in this business for a long, long time, both at IBM and Georgia Tech. Packaging has changed a lot, okay? Most of you think of packaging means, I have this device, I got to package it. That's the wrong way to look at it. The end goal of packaging to me is a system. If you think of system, okay, the system needs to be ultra miniaturized. Okay, ultra miniaturization leads to highest performance. It also leads to least amount of materials. Okay, it also gives the highest reliability and lowest cost. Anyway, look at that system focus. Packaging is all about system. Packaging is not device. Unfortunately, we thought of packaging to be device, and therefore, in my opinion, we lost 40 years. Okay, well, thank God for companies, system companies like IBM, which looked at it entirely different way. Okay, even at IBM, when I was there 40 years ago, we invented so-called chiplet-like technology. It's the same, up to 144 chips on a very large substrate. Okay, so here we are talking about the same thing in a way. Okay, but the point of all of that is, we should have taken packaging to mean system as opposed to device. So therefore, I keep on preaching here in India, that the end goal of everything you do in India must be system level and system level, system level. So going back to the global models, in my view, as you all know, IMEC is the best global model for semiconductors. But the end goal is system in India. The global models, in my view, are, my friend in here from Miami, Singapore, and we have ITRI Taiwan, well known. And then there are a whole bunch of Fraunhofers, and the most appropriate one is in Berlin, Germany. So those are all what I call industrial institutes, and focusing on developing the technologies and transferring the technologies to the companies. And then of course the other one is the Georgia Tech model that I pioneered at Georgia Tech. But Georgia Tech is an academic university. So how does the academic university develop technologies and transfer them to companies? So I invented a very pioneering model. So I just wrote an article. I'll be happy to give a copy of that. But basically, okay, Georgia Tech being a university, it does advanced research using faculty and students, okay, which every university does. There's no problem. But the moment, okay, you go beyond that, beyond each individual technologies to integrate towards a system, universities, okay, cannot do that in my view. Okay, they're not equipped to do that for the following reason. Typical faculty is an expert in a field. System requires 20 to 50 different technologies. Therefore, how do you integrate the research of 50 faculty into one system at a university is impossible. So therefore, I invented what I call an industry-centric model, bringing global companies from around the world, including Japan, US, Taiwan, okay, and so on. Okay, let them come to Georgia Tech, place their engineers at Georgia Tech, let them work with faculty and students, taking their advances, okay, converting them to system prototypes, and then transferring that to industry. Therefore, okay, Georgia Tech model, in my view, is capable of, okay, and accomplished from concept to commercialization. This is what I'm trying to do here in India as well. No reason why India cannot do that. Okay, let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Surya, you want to add a comment? Yes. So IME, the Institute of Microelectronics in Singapore, it's a public and private funded research institute whose goal is to collaborate with the industry on industry-relevant research. That's our goal. So we have a full-fledged 300 millimeter and 200 millimeter packaging line, which can do your 3D TSVs, microbump, RDL fan-outs, hybrid bonding, and all of that stuff. So we basically work with the industry. And the state-of-the-art facility that we have right there in Singapore is a starting point which enables us to work with the industry in a variety of models. One of them is the consortium model, wherein we identify a pre-competitive set of problems. It could be in high-performance compute, 5G, 6G, automotive electronics, identify the problems and get the industry ecosystem together and address the problem. So it's a collectively pre-competitive type of a collaboration model. This is something that IME has been done ever since its inception over 30 years ago. So over a period of time, these consortium projects have led to what we call as one-to-one projects, because certain industry partners want us to solve their problems. Then we work directly one-to-one. That's another model that happens. Subsequently, some of the fabless customers come work with us and say, we want to bring in our manufacturing partners. So we call it a three-party model, wherein we work with the fabless customer and transfer the advanced packaging technology to their manufacturing partner. So there are a variety of models that are available as a research institute, and I think each of these give a great flavor and a great starting point for what the Honorable Minister to this morning referred to as the ISRC. Start with state-of-the-art or good facilities, launch consortia projects, go one-on-one, go three-party also. And I think it's really great that, somewhat similar to Singapore, which has a 30-plus year history in semiconductor fabrication and OSAT, India is right here right now, and it's a great time to start the R&D model also. Thank you,
Thank
Heen.
you. Devan, would you comment on what your thinking is and on the research models here? You've been in the industry, on the research side, manufacturing side, design side.
Thanks very much for thanks very much for having me in this panel, and congratulate Micron leadership team to have the first assembly and test factory over here, following the footsteps of Texas Instruments, who came in and started the design center and the design capability in 1984-85 timeframe. Being a graduate from IIT Kharagpur, Singapore decades ago, spending about 35 to 40 years between General Electric's, Infineon Technologies, Texas Instruments, and right now in Amcor. So it's an OEM, IDM, OSAT experience that I'm sharing. And I had the opportunity to be at IME Singapore, developing the advanced packaging capability in mid-90s, late 90s, and part of Georgia Tech Packaging Research Center with Dr. Rao Tumala as well. So that's my brief experience. Answering to the research models and how research development can lead to productization. Setting up the research goals, having the industry partnership, Surya and Dr. Tumala mentioned about collaboration with industries. That comes in as number one requirement to be successful, to lead the research to development, pertinent development in the industry, in the Indian environment. Let that be high-speed computing. We heard about that earlier this morning. Let that be in 6G communication for future requirements of connectivity, or let that be in automotive or industrial applications in the Indian market or in global market. What is the most important thing is to connect the future requirements of the industry into the research program. And my sincere advice there to be not to duplicate what has been done, not to try to do the research what industry can do, look for what are the requirements 5 years to 10 years from now, and develop research programs and get the required funding. What industry can do is the 2 to 3 years ahead of the curve. Industry would do that, they will get into the productization. What R&D institutes and IITs and IISc can do, along with the other universities here, is to figure out what are the research requirements. Let that be in any of the applications that I mentioned earlier. Translate that into the design capability. India is excellent in design, circuit design. Co-package design is extremely critical. Chip package, PCB co-design for the future requirements, not for tomorrow's requirements, but for 5 to 6 years ahead of the curve. Define that and execute that. And I will stop there and take later on future questions.
Thank you for the interesting thoughts there. I think with this, a logical next question, since this is truly the whole area of research is so global, how do you see, what are the possible approaches you could think of or share, how the packaging research here gets integrated in the global landscape? Because we have many, many countries driving packaging research and have leadership roles in various aspects. How do you see India here leapfrogging and being the part of a global ecosystem here? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, where I stopped was India's expertise in design. There are many companies who are doing designs here, circuit design, even advanced designs. Probably they are the centers of excellences in circuit design. No question about that. Start from design for performance. How do you enhance the performance for electrical aspects, thermal aspects, mechanical aspects? If I define design as design for performance, design for reliability, design for manufacturing, if I classify that, use the existing competencies, the outstanding competencies of design, and then proliferate that into the future requirements. How do you extend today's outstanding design capabilities for future requirements for enhanced performance? It can be for 6G communication, it can be for IoT, it can be for automotive. Yesterday there was a fantastic panel on power. If I take simple examples of power, in the context of EV power requirements, what are the design requirements that would enable us to be differentiated in research, in R&D, using the core competencies of designs in India, right? And same thing applies to the communication world. So leverage the expertise right now, the world-class expertise we have, and then translate that into the requirements of future. And definitely, packaging will not go without materials. I think the previous supply chain panel emphasized the importance of how materials are going to play, how the process capabilities are going to play a critical role in making the R&D effective for the productization. So if you start with design, go through the materials as needed and process capabilities as needed, and then excel from there.
I totally agree with, with what Devan said, and I would like to unpack it a little further. When you look at, as Devan said, India's excellence in design is world-renowned. So how do we translate it? It can be readily translated into what Rao likes to call as the D&D, right, Rao? Design and demonstration. System design and demonstration. One way is I look at where I work at right now, IME Singapore. We offer package process design kits for a variety of packages. It could be the power packages that Devan talked about, RF packages, high performance packages that was talked about with high bandwidth memories and CPUs and GPUs to make interposers and 3D stacked devices. Using those, the Indian experts, we had a session yesterday with over 70 faculty with specific identified leads by Professor Rao. They can readily start using these design kits and design them. These systems subsequently, as ISRC is coming up to speed and setting up the state-of-the-art facility, these designs can be fabricated right a few hours away from here in Singapore. Can design and test it. The beauty of design is it allows for so much creativity which is available from the professors. So that's something that would make it immediately relevant, the work that is done here. And as the state-of-the-art facilities come on board at ISRC, guess what? That creativity is going to go through another hockey stick at that point.
Yeah, thank you. Professor Rao.
Yeah, the best way to bring India's R&D to global level. First, I think you have to assume the R&D in India must be at global level. Sometimes I hear people tell me, can we do yesterday's technology? No, nobody is interested in redeveloping yesterday's technology. So the first step, you got to accept India's R&D from here on must be at global level, which means next, what next? What's the next generation of technologies, okay, that India should develop? So that automatically, if we can undertake global level R&D in a massive scale, which India incidentally is capable of, unlike almost any other country, for the following reason again, okay, because of all the IITs and ISC, with 15,000 faculty. So in my opinion, all you really have to do is take about 100 faculty, each advising about 4 students, and therefore that's a 400-person plus 100 faculty, 500-person R&D team, okay? And let's suppose they undertake about 50 projects with that 500-person team. So all of that from the academic world only, doing a global level. While you're doing so, okay, you need to make sure that you're able to attract a lot of companies to come and be part of that. If you don't bring companies, the value of the global level, okay, global R&D will not be as useful to India. So as you develop R&D to global level, okay, you will more than likely, in fact, I'm sure you will attract a lot of companies to want to work with, okay, to want to work in India with Indian faculty. And therefore, okay, you end up integrating, okay, India's R&D, okay, into global, not only global academic level, but industry level as well, feeding to eventually into manufacturing. So India is totally capable of doing that. That's what are some of the things we have a number of faculty here already involved in that process. So there's absolutely no reason why India cannot be totally successful in that process.
Thank you, Professor Rao. Let's move on to the next question here. As we talk about performance means different things in different market segments. So please share your thoughts. I think we all know about compute performance. It'll be good to share a few examples of performance areas other than the compute performance. So My question is for Dr. Devan here to start with, since he's exposed to so many different market segments with his experience at TI and now at AMCO.
Sure. Thank you. So when we talk about performance, connecting to the package part of it, right? And I would say packaging was an afterthought. 30 years ago, if you really look at circuit design, people do the circuit design and then do the fab and then throw it over the wall. Hey, let somebody assemble it, okay? And then ship it. That was packaging. Things have changed over the last 20, 25 years, purely because of the performance requirements have gone up. Those performance we can define in the terms of high-speed computing, wireless connectivity, IoT, sensors, automotive, industrial, all the communication, all the market segments we can talk about it. But the performance requirements for all those market segments are also varying. The chip designs have significantly varied. Accordingly, the packaging did not accelerate to cope up with that pace. So there was a gap. And the good thing that has happened is over the past 20 years, packaging technologies have really started getting accelerated to help up and cope up with those requirements. You saw about at least 20 new types of packages in the industry over the last 15 years. If I take simple packages like QFN, QFN was a package that came up about 20, 25 years ago in the industry, but it got accepted in automotive only 5, 7 years ago. Why is that? Because of the performance requirements were not considered as chip and package together. Okay, so when we talk about performance, each segment has got something to talk about that in defining the requirements. And the good thing that has happened over the past 5 to 10 years is people have started talking about chip and package together. And that I would call it as design for performance, design for electrical performance. When we talk about signal integrity, power integrity, EMI, all the electrical engineers here who are doing circuit design know what I'm talking about. Then there is a part of design for thermal performance, mechanical performance, connecting to the reliability, what we call as DFR in the industry, design for reliability. That's very important. The most important thing I must talk about is design for manufacturing, where cost comes in. The cost factor of packages, you might be surprised to hear that from the industry perspective if I share that. 20 to 70% of the product cost today is package cost. It's not the die cost, it's not the fab cost, it is a package cost. The packaging community as a whole have understood it, and if you really look at the productization of it, 60% on the analog product is package cost, 50 to 60%. On the CMOS side, if you can really look at the cost models that we have done, 20 to 30% can be on the package cost. And cost reduction, innovation in cost reduction, because this panel is talking about innovation, one must consider about innovation for cost reduction. It doesn't have to be innovation for performance enhancement always. Packaging cost reduction is the key factor in the industry today. And one may think that, oh, that's not a cool thing. What research can be done in reducing the cost reduction? But there are innovative ways of reducing the cost by reducing the bill of materials cost. Within the cost, if you really look at it, the bill of materials cost is a primary factor. So how can you reduce the material cost? How can we bring in innovation to reduce the material cost? These are the fundamental things that we can talk about, but not compromising on the performance, what I said earlier, right? Not compromising on the reliability. How can we bring in more and more innovation? And that differentiates the research, that differentiates the R&D from India. If you really want to be in the global roadmap, these are some of the things that will have a huge impact.
Thank you, Devan.
Yeah. So this is a very good question, very important question actually. So in the past, you all know, we look to device to give us the performance. Okay, everything else is secondary. So, for example, take microprocessor in a small computing system. We look to that processor to give the performance. But as we all know, as Moore's law began to slow down, okay, we need to find a way to get that improved performance. Where is it going to come from? It turns out, packaging now, okay, is critical to compensate for the loss in performance coming from the transistors. So the point of all of that, in summary, is the following. You need packaging even to make Moore's Law chips, and then you need packaging to enable systems, and therefore packaging is the highest value add, okay, to give you the performance that you didn't expect in the past. So all that means is that really we have to design, we've got to design not only the device as we did in the past, but we've got to design, okay, at system level that includes not only devices, other components like power components, okay, thermal, on and on and on, and interconnections of all of those, and leading to a higher performance collectively as opposed to simply device as we used to. So therefore, it's also consistent with what I said earlier. The end goal of all of them is systems. So if you really think of today's system is this, tomorrow system has to be that improved performance, and you got to ask yourself how to design. And the design, therefore, now leads to not only counting on just the device as we used to, but all the components and the interconnections that make up at the system level. So my reminder to all of you again and again and again is think of everything you do at system level from here on.
Thank you, Professor Rob. So, So let's move on from the discussion of performance to short-term, long-term research, and what is the industry's expectation? What would you like to see? So I'd like to start with Damratji here. Please share your expectations and what your thinking is.
Okay, I have some contrary views here. I fully agree that India has to integrate with global research, but we also have to look at some India-centric research, the need of the industry here, the need of the consumer here. So from that perspective, I would say that we have to have 3 stages of development in terms of R&D and future innovation. Particularly in the Indian context. In the first stage, what we have to look at is look at the low-hanging fruits here, look at the high demand areas in various segments, whether be it consumer or industrial grade memories, be it in lighting, air conditioning, hearables and wearables, telecommunication where you have need for SPI and NAND, and other sectors where there is huge demand. Unfortunately, in the past, whatever packaging that was happening in the country was very low volume, addressed to very small segments of the demand sector or the industry sector. We have to now look at low-hanging fruits where there is high demand, and therefore we have to look at innovation in terms of high volume packaging. This would necessitate to bring in machine learning, automation, which would definitely lead to high volume packaging. So in the initial stage, that is where we have to look at. In the second stage, we have to definitely look at performance, and different sectors would, different industry sectors would definitely have different performance requirements. For example, in memories, what are we looking at? The communication speed, read and write speed. So we have to focus our research in that direction, particularly looking at the Indian requirements. The most important thing, as Dr. Devan Nayyar also mentioned, that we have adequate knowledge, talent in terms of chip design. However, we do not have adequate hardware R&D capability, and that has to be developed in the country. Today what happens is that there is, once you have the chip design, you have to have the substrate design done. That capability is very limited, if at all. Similarly, packaging design or lead frame design. That capability doesn't exist here. We have to have that capability developed over time. Going forward, as many speakers have said earlier, we have to look at putting R&D effort in material sciences. We have to look at newer materials because the materials are not available in the country. So we have to have adequate research done at our IITs and other research institutions where we can develop our own materials which can be used in the country. We are, as of today, completely dependent on all materials, be it die bonding material, be it gold or aluminum wire or whatever. So we have to develop those materials in the country. In the long term, and when I say long term, meaning 4 to 5 years, my perception is like this, that we have to have all the 4 stakeholders aligned: the academia, the government, the industry, and the consumer. And when I say the consumer, that means where the demand comes from. So all these 4 stakeholders have to get together and request our research fraternity to work with all the rest to come out with products and designs which are useful not only for the country of India, but for the entire globe. That is how we will be able to integrate in the overall global supply chain.
Okay, thank you, Amritji. Surya,
Yeah, I have a
you
quick
can add
point to
one.
make, Amritji. I think it's an excellent point. When it comes to research problems, it's not either global or local problems. It is both. Yeah. And when you look at the research problems, you have these technology readiness levels. They call it TRLs. The low TRLs is where the IITs and the IISCs are going to really take off. But then at the high TRL levels, when the industry is readily having, I need a solution for this problem, and I bet you when Micron has this new facility up and running, they will be having problems. They would like to have local solutions to the local problems. It will have to be solved by the future ISRC.
Thank you. So at this stage, I'd like to open the discussion to the audience. And I see quite a few hands.
Thank you, panelists, to put all the dots in right slot for stepping up the research in which areas India need to focus and the way we need to go from concept to commercial, 1 to 1 or 1 to 3, or advanced materials, or research beyond what we have today. But my question is, what would be your suggestion that India need to take approach to connect the global research supply? What are your thoughts on that? Means where the global research is going on, how India can contribute or connect the dots out there. Second question is for the power. Power semiconductors also require certain kind of a packaging. So what will be a suggestion and your ideas and how India should adopt that?
So are you talking about how to bring India's R&D to global level? Yeah, so first every R&D must be global. So wherever you are in India, okay, you got to bring whatever you're doing to global level. Okay, so if you do at a global level, okay, India being somewhat a lower cost, I hate to bring this cost into the discussion, but you can do R&D here much lower cost than we can do in US. So if we can do really a massive R&D in a number of areas at lower cost than other places, companies will be very much interested in wanting to work with you, okay? So therefore, all you got to do in each area that you choose to do R&D, and we're now in the process of talking about 12 different areas in India, okay? If you integrate all of them, you end up forming a system, all the way from system design to fabrication, integration, on and on and on. So all you really have to do is, okay, think of think of really faculty and students in each area, but also, okay, attract large number of companies from outside India and inside India to be part of that each technology. Okay, I am absolutely sure, having talked to many of them already, that many companies, in fact, I have not heard a single company out of about 100 companies I talked to in the last 6 months, that they will not be interested in working with India, just R&D alone. Okay, so all you really have to do for India to be successful, in my view, I only see 2 foundational things India needs to do, okay, beyond where it is today. One is R&D, okay, massive R&D. The other is workforce development. Okay, if you have those, that's all the companies need from you, from the academic world. Only 2 things. Give the next generation of technologies that are globally competitive, and then develop the workforce, okay, that's globally competitive as well, which are easily doable in my view, because I have done that, to be honest with you, okay, back at home in the US. And you can do actually much better because you really have a very cohesive system in India, unlike US. US universities are, okay, independent. They're all independent of each other. But one beauty of Indian academics is they're all under one roof. And therefore, you can really bring in the best experts, not only from here, everywhere, by topic, and then have them form teams. And if you can propose a global level R&D, which end up being lower cost, so you'll be able to attract lots of companies, you automatically become a global. Okay, that's simple in my view.
I just want to add a comment. I think in the beginning I stated the R&D is a collaboration between academia, industry, equipment supplier, material supplier. Then by definition here, this R&D activity truly is global, because all these 4 elements, they do not exist in one country.
This is what, sir, we would like to understand how India can be connected on those dots.
Yeah, one of the ways, if I may say, one of the ways I can think of is connect with the startup companies. I mean, I heard 2 wonderful presentations this morning coming up with innovative ideas. I think all that we need is to connect the research through the startup companies. I was introduced to another company who was talking about LSAI in optical interconnects. It's based in India. You know, so that research needs to be there to support the startup companies, because startup companies need a lot of ideas and support to execute what their company focus is, right? So there are ways of getting the global attention and global visibility of the Indian research by working with different models like that.
One of the challenges that many of our partners face is they have designs, but they don't know where to prototype, because large manufacturers, they are always talking about how many million units do you want us to ship, but sometimes a startup or a new idea from a top-notch professor from an IIT or an IIC or any other institute, university, will not be able to be manufactured. And I think those are the kind of areas wherein institutes like where I work at help people develop prototypes and even do small volume manufacturing.
Yeah, if I may just add to Dr. Surya, I think that is a very pertinent point. I've heard from many people that they are able to design the chip, but when it comes to prototyping, they get stonewalled sort of. So there has to be a capability developed, at least at the prototype level. We should be able to tape out the product here in India rather than go overseas. That capability has to be developed here.
Thank you. I think we have more questions here. So,
hey, hi. I come from the AI world. So I'm co-founder of AI startup. So in the AI world, 2 things are super important. One is bandwidth. Second is the amount of RAM you have, right? So for example, if you see the latest LLMs, they don't run on single chip. Even the single chip, if it contains like 80 GB of RAM, which is what A100s and H100s from NVIDIA has. So my question is there a potential for with advancing in chiplets and packaging and interconnects, right? For chips to be made which are next gen per se doesn't require a complete fab infra, right? Just like for example, if you want to build an M1 chip or M2 Max chip, which is like 1/4 of A100, you still need a proper fab because it's a SoC. So is there an opportunity to build such a thing in India because the capital costs might be lower? So that's the question I have.
Yeah, so applications of artificial intelligence or ML into packaging, right? I will try to give some examples where we could really see some real interception today. Packaging automation is way behind fab automation, if you really look at the industry in manufacturing, right? So if there are ways of artificial intelligence can be connected to the data analytics and all those things, right? Application-wise, we are not sure. How do we intercept the AI ML into factory automations in packaging, in assembly and test? That's a direct interception. That's a direct need of the industry today. How fast we can get the things into industrial automation with the reference of assembly and test. One example, I can straight away say that.
That's a good point. So since we are running short of time, we can have a follow-up discussion. But taking the same theme further, and a lot of questions related to how do we get integrated in the world stage, I think there's an incredible opportunity we have here. We have seen ChatGPT has taken over the world. There's an opportunity for all of us. Take an example of ChatGPT here. We need packaging GPT. Everybody in the world will know what we are doing here in India and the value that we are bringing to the whole packaging research community and the development community all over the world. This is an opportunity we can get on the world stage in matter of months here. So with that, I'd like to wrap up this panel discussion, and thanks to the esteemed colleagues here, Dr. Rao, Dr. Surya here, Devan, and Amrajit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And we'd also thank the panelists for sharing with us a progressive outlook for research and innovation in semiconductor packaging. Can you please step forward for a group photograph? Thank you. Once again, thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now take this journey forward for another exciting session on next-gen semiconductor for exploring the cutting-edge advancements and future possibilities in the semiconductor industry. The growth of autonomous and electric vehicles in India has steadily gained momentum, and semiconductors have now redefined the automotive industry, transforming our transportation and driving us towards a better future. We shall now showcase the video session of Mr. Lars Reger, NXP Semiconductors, to discuss the growth, opportunities, challenges of autonomous and electric vehicles in India.
Namaste. Hello, India, and big thanks for having me at your conference. Big thanks also to the ministers Ashwini Vaishnav, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, and also to the Joint Secretary Amitesh Kumar Sinha, and of course the government teams that enable this gathering here. I'm very pleased to talk to you today. unfortunately, I cannot be in your country because I was 1.5 weeks ago with our governmental delegation from Germany in India, meeting a lot of you here as well. And of course, I'm super honored to give you my view, the details on how I see the automotive ecosystem and especially, of course, the Indian contribution to that. We have also our NXP booth at the conference, and Hitesh Garg, our country manager, Hitesh is directly working in my CTO team, is there at the conference to answer all questions that you might have to me, to NXP, or to Hitesh directly. So let me quickly dive into the topic. It is, of course, how does the Indian ecosystem work in the automotive world? And, well, India is, of course, a super exciting place for us at the moment. It is an upcoming nation, lots of great trained talent, and a lot of people that, like me, have this strong wish to change the world. So living on the childhood dream to do something meaningful, something recognizable. And how do you do something meaningful and recognizable? Well, very simply, you do something important for mankind. And typically, when we say this, we mean the global megatrends that bring problems to us as society and that need solutions. And for that, I mean, this is not a new slide. This is basically a pretty old collection, at least 15-year-old collection of topics that I'm using regularly. And this is from aging populations to shortening of natural resources to upcoming new technologies, AI and machine learning, robotics, safety and security, and so on and so on. A lot of key trends, and sustainable transportation, safe and secure transportation is, of course, one of the key drivers as one big market for us. Now, why is NXP interested in that area, and what are we talking about? Well, if you look at the semiconductor market of the last 20 years, then basically what is happening is, in this blue phase, there was an area where not a lot of companies were earning money. So that was about laptops, mobile phones, gaming consoles, home entertainment. Big companies, for example, like Intel, were driving this blue phase, not that much companies like us. Then the orange phase. Someone took a mobile phone, stuffed a laptop into it, called it smartphone. We had a great data display device. And what we also have is then big storage, big compute. We call it cloud computing. And you could work with data on demand, call an Uber, order a pizza, these type of things. So this orange phase drove different players into the market, the mobile phone, smartphone players. And now what we think is we are entering a phase, the world that anticipates and automates, and analysts are forecasting that there will be 75 billion smart connected devices out there in the market at 2030. And NXP wants to deliver most of the silicon for all of these devices. And this is why NXP wants to be one of the super relevant players. Now, of course, we will not be a monopolist, but for all of these devices, we have the same ingredients that are required. You have to sense your environment. You have to connect to the cloud. You have to calculate a smart advice for your little robot that helps you, and then send this advice to the arms and legs of your robot. And all of that in a trustworthy way, so safe and secure. So if guys like us can master a portfolio that contains sense, think, connect, act, safety and security, then we will participate big time in shaping the world of the smart connected devices. Well, and what are the most expensive and most complicated smart connected devices today? It is smart connected rolling devices, or rolling sensor platforms, rolling robots. Call them as you like. Automotive. And now the key question is, what are the core driving trends? So what are these mega trends? Like I had them on the society slide. What are these mega trends for automotive? Again, these trends are not changed over the last 10 years. They are autonomy, advanced driver assistant systems. They are carbon neutral powertrains, electric powertrains, as we talk about them today. And it is, of course, convenience, service orientation, the upgradable, the maintainable rolling sensor platform, as I called it earlier, that is making your life and your life as a driver, as a passenger, also easier and more convenient. For all of that, building smart, autonomous, electric-driven, upgradable rolling robots, you need to change the architecture of how cars have been built and will be built in future. And this new setup of having software-defined vehicles in future requires that we are going into more modern architectures. And now I show this picture here only as a problem description, because it is not that there is a more modern architecture and everyone is converging on that architecture and we run again. It is a huge spectrum of different architectures, domain-based, zonal architectures, something in between, upgradable, less upgradable. Every car OEM at the moment is going for different flavors of these modern architectures. They have certain things in common, but by and large, no car line will be built in the identical way like other car lines, not even within one OEM very often. So with all of that, what can we do as semiconductor providers? Well, we cannot build an architecture or all the proprietary ingredients for this one architecture, but what we have to do is we have to build platforms, modular systems that help us move to the future faster, so that help us easily scale and build these building blocks. And in the software-defined vehicle, what we, for example, have is we have modular microcontroller and microprocessor building blocks. And we call them in NXP the S32 family. So S32 is our microcontroller and microprocessor platform. And just to give you a little bit of a picture here, we have these S32K platforms, very small body controller, window lifter, trailer hook, sunroof body control, up to the ultra high performance 5 nanometer latest and greatest automotive networking processors that are really big data management devices that are dispatching data to all areas and corners of the vehicle and to the outside world. So in that entire spectrum, we have modular blocks. We can reuse parts of the software. We are reusing parts of the hardware, memory interfaces, CAN IOs, and so on. And what you can see is on that right side, this scale is existing today in silicon. So from orange to dark blue, we have all that silicon in our hands. We can provide this to our partners. And the interesting and thrilling news is a big chunk, the majority of these devices has been developed in our sites in India. So it was co-work, a lot of definition, a lot of verification, validation happening around the world. A big chunk of the product execution is running in India and also of the product definition. So this entire spectrum would not have been possible without strong and major Indian contribution. So for the automotive world in global, of course. Then what we have is we have networking devices that we are carving out of these products. So we are having Ethernet switches and Ethernet physical layers, all largely developed with strong contribution from our Indian teams. So just to give you a little bit of a feeling how important India is on that spectrum. Now, jumping quickly in view of time to the next area, the sensing area. So safe automation, our radar chips, our driver monitoring, safety coprocessors, all of that, of course, very much needed for the sensing of the car environment. And we are market leader in CMOS-based radar solutions, so very future-proof radar solutions, having fantastic traction there. Again, strong contribution of the Indian organizations to help us driving these products into the market. And of course, very strong ties and close collaboration we have here also with the Indian car OEMs. If I jump to the next one, user interaction, of course. I mean, these cars are rolling sensor platforms, as I said in the beginning, but they have to react, of course, to me, to Lars as the driver. And how do these cars do this today? Well, for example, via knowing exactly not where Lars is, but where Lars's mobile phone is, via ultra-wideband detection. Very secure, very precise detection on how far is Lars's mobile phone away from the vehicle. So my mobile phone starts becoming the car key. My mobile phone starts becoming a monitoring device where I can steer use cases and where I even can send you a car key to your mobile phone. In other words, I can share my car key, even if I'm not in India, I can send to Hitesh my car key and say, hey, Hitesh, you can use my car for the next weekend. So these type of things are working via our ultra-wideband chips. Again, not possible without our Indian development teams. Strong work there and very, very attractive, of course, having a seamless, integrated, convenient vehicle that reacts to you just based on the proximity that you are providing. If you're going from there, of course, what is the view to the future that we are driving? Well, in principle, of course, your car gets a so-called software-enabled digital twin in the cloud. So in the cloud, you have a direct representation of the state of health, state of charge, a driving situation of your vehicle in real time. And in real time, when you see this in the cloud, you can start applying AI, machine learning, optimizing my vehicle, but also learning from all of your vehicles. How are the weather conditions at the moment? How is the sun? Is there fog? Do I need to adjust the cameras for traffic sign recognition? And so on and so on. My car doesn't have to experience that, but can learn it from your vehicles. In the cloud, it gets optimized, and my car gets the information via the digital twin into the analog twin of the vehicle. So these are these roboting concepts that industrial manufacturing has already today, that smart homes try to achieve, and where the cars are also coming in. So we are helping building the digital twin of the vehicle. And in view of time, I could go on now for at least 2 hours. I cannot, but I at least wanted to make sure that you know that we have built a complete showroom next to the booth that we are having here at your conference, but a complete showroom of more than 60 use cases, how to build more modern vehicle architectures, how to build more modern two-wheelers, so not only four-wheelers, how to build more modern smart homes, and how to connect also from charging to driving to smart home management, all these different ingredients also next to you. And let me end on an inspiring note of how I see the world happening in future, because that is a world that anticipates and automates, so reacts around me, adjusts to my needs without me even expressing my needs. And what you're seeing is the following. We have taken in the past your wallet, have stuffed it into the mobile phone, and payment is done by the mobile phone. I take now, as I said earlier, via ultra-wideband, the car key, move it into the mobile phone, and my piece of private electronics becomes my direct link to the vehicle. I have a lot of assistance systems that can adjust, monitor the traffic, adjust how I will be driven or can drive myself to the office. I get a lot of adjustments around me, including monitoring my health and interacting, for example, with the vehicle. And that is this fantastic world that we all can build, that we can achieve if we only have the networked digital twins and the smart connect devices talking to each other. And this is where India is playing a central role in our development organizations and is center stage for execution, but also increasingly for market access. And we are having a lot of these big upcoming Indian unicorns on the one side and big industrial corporations on the other side as our preferred partners, sparring partners and customers as of today. And with that, I'm looking very much forward to talking to all of you soon again. If you have questions, Hitesh is there, or approach me directly via email. You can find that email address on the web. Looking forward to talking to you soon, and have a fantastic continuation of your conference. Thank you.
Though he's not over here, but we can send the good vibes to good claps. Thank you. We thank Mr. Lars Reger for his inputs to the video. With a view to understand the dynamism between emerging semiconductors design and the utilization of fabrication facilities, we invite our panel for discussion on emerging designs driving the fab loading. We take a minute before we invite the moderator, sir, and the panelists. ready? Ready? It is changed. May I now please call upon Mr. Anand Ramamurthy, Micron Technology, as a moderator. We welcome you, sir. And along with him to share the dais, please welcome Shri Naveen Bishnoi from Marvell, Shri Hitesh Garg, NXP Semiconductors, Madam Malini Narayanamurthy, Renesas, Shri Balaji Sobrirajan, Semiconductor India and R&D Center, Shri Neil Gala, Encore Semiconductors. Please welcome all of them with a big round of applause. Thank you. Welcome, sir. I shall now take a moment to introduce Shri Anand Ramamurthy. Mr. Ramamurthy, an alumnus of IIT Roorkee, has over 2 decades of global experience building high-performance teams, introducing flagship products, scripting executable strategies, driving non-linear business growth, and leading organizational transformation. Sir, we request you to kindly steer the panel discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. We got third time lucky. So I know this panel is between you and lunch. So the first promise we make is we'll try to make it so efficient that you get to your lunchtime on time. So we have a wonderful panel today with a great mix of multinational and local startups. Maybe I'll take a few minutes to kind of set the context and then have our panelists chime in with their thoughts and insights. I usually don't have this deep baritone. I have a bad cold, so I'm sounding much better than I usually sound. In terms of the context of the topic today, we are trying to understand between all the multinational design centers and the startups that we have in the country, what kind of designs are we working on, advanced designs, emerging designs, what kinds of tools, talent, infrastructure it needs, and eventually many of them will go on to high volume manufacturing and help with fab loading. That's kind of the big picture question we're going to address today. Now, before we get to the panel, I just wanted to share some of my thoughts and comments. I'll try to overlay the Micron world wherever possible. Micron has already gotten a lot of plugs, so I won't overplug. But in terms of understanding the state of the union of design centers in the country, I speak for both MNCs and local startups. And I think what applies to us will apply to many of my peers, right? If you look at the design templates that we have, the design template number 1 is essentially a strategic bet template. Very often, you just take a bet based on the talent base, based on the needs of the company, and you have the operations go and design something. To give you an example, a couple of years back, we took a bet on DRAM design in India. Now, please understand there are only 3 large DRAM vendors in the entire world, and the DRAM talent pool, end-to-end design talent pool in the country is next to 0. So we go ahead and hire a brilliant set of new college grads. We have a couple of good talented lateral hires that we had from different parts of the world. Put a team together, had them train, had them travel to different sites within Micron. But this is an example of trying to usher in advanced low-power DRAM design in the country by largely making a bet. And bets are bets. It can go wrong. In our case, thankfully, it went well. And you'll be happy to know that we had first silicon pass, no reticle revision in our business, as we call it. And that's a great example of what I call a design template led by bets. The second template, which is the more mainstream usual design template, is we start with essentially an augmentation model. And there's nothing right, wrong, or bad about it. It's more about a combination of cost arbitrage and the scale of talent that we have in the country. So you start with the layout, verification, validation, some very important part of the design flow. And over a period of time, you find that many of these teams often scale beautifully and end up into owning more and more design programs, which gives you the confidence to entrust them with a big design. That's the design template number 2. The template number 3, which is most exciting in my mind, and I'm sure India, with all the great policies that the minister talked about this morning, the DLI schemes, the incentives being given, the access to software and tools, is essentially a pathfinding design infrastructure. Like for example, again at Micron, we have a team that is looking at the kind of transistors and capacitor structures in 3D that we will need for designs probably 5, 7, 9 years down the line. They're trying to model, without actually having access to silicon, what kind of designs will actually be viable and make things happen. That's a pathfinding bet. I'm hoping more and more of companies will do the pathfinding bet because India is having more improved infrastructure in terms of design and broader ecosystem. And the last template, which I think is more country specific, like you have a need in the country, and we'll have panelists talk about it. It could be an application which is very India unique. It could be a two-wheeler EV market. It could be a power meter. If you have an end market which has specific needs in terms of design and features, the cost arbitrage model is already working. I'm reminded of over a decade back when I was a country head for an automotive tier 1. Tata Motors approached us and said, listen, I want an infotainment platform which is cost effective, has unique features needed for India market. Can the team go and build it for us? Which of course the team did. But the beauty of that was we had a market need. We had the design center actually build that platform. And lo and behold, even we had it manufactured in Pune, Chakan, kind of completing the holy grail of starting from design, meeting a customer need, and taking it to high volume manufacturing in the country. So these are many design templates. As we go around the panel, we'll try to find out what's working for many of our peers. So with that context, Naveen, I'll start with you first. The first question I have is, at Marvell, when you look at your portfolio, end market verticals, give us a sense of what kind of designs your teams are working on, which of them you believe can become scalable and reach volumes that can possibly start doing a lot of fab loading. And also please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Anand. Good afternoon, everyone. I represent Marvell Semiconductors, which is a fabless design company. We're primarily playing in the data infrastructure domain, and then what we say is that when you talk about data, we do the processing of the data, the movement of the data, the storage, and then keeping it secure. So that's where the Marvell play is. And in the India Design Center is a replication of what we have seen for many other design centers, is a footprint of the global headquarters with a huge engineering community, and then playing the design and then other roles in all the product lines that we talk about in the infrastructure domain, right? If I pick up few of the domains, or at least the biggest data infrastructure fab or fabless product that we have been doing is in the domain of AI and data center. What we started with, the traditional CPUs and then the GPUs came in, we saw a need of a lot of accelerated computing. And that's where we have a product called DPU, which has been there, started with the data center, now is proliferating into 5G and enterprise as well. And that's been one of the building blocks for accelerating computing. But what we are seeing in the last few years, and especially the big, the hype / the news around the AI, we are seeing growing needs of this computing to a general purpose GPU that can fit in, and then going from that general purpose to also some of the custom computing for the specific AI workload. Now, if you look at the traditional data center, we have been talking about a 50 gig, 100 gig, 200 gig speed. And then what we have is from the systems to the switch and then connecting within the data center to data center towards the cluster. We have been able to do that. But as we move to the AI applications, this speed is going from that 100 and 200 into 800 gig. And then that's enabled now with what we call as the optical connectivity. And then so it's no more that you have the traditional connectivity, but it's the optical connectivity which is coming all the way down to the systems level itself, right? And now this is going to push us towards the 1.6T T and 3.2 terabyte, that's where the next innovation is coming in. So that connectivity is what we have been doing a lot of. That's our leadership we have been doing. And then add to that the custom silicon for the AI workloads that I'm talking about, where you move from a general purpose BPU into a more cloud or a custom clouds or a custom silicon for that, which is where we go and then build lot of processors or for these special AI and data markets.
Thank you, Naveen. And if I have to ask you, if you remember the 4 templates I talked about, would it be something like, was it a bet in the India Design Center, or did it organically grow over time? Just any commentary there? Like.
Yeah. For us, it's been a very organic, a mix of organic and I would say is that. So a lot of you will know Marvel is a company of 9 acquisitions over the last 5 years, including 3 acquisitions from the India ecosystem as well. So we have supported the India innovation and the upcoming IP from there. So a lot of growth has been a continuous development. What you start with an extension so start with the value or the cost, right, Artviraj, and then move towards that what we call as a value, where you show the numerator that it's not the denominator cost that's playing it, but the numerator value you add is why you come and do the design center. And now we are in the transformation from converting this value into what you call as a business, because you can do a lot of these designs for the India and other regional markets as well.
Thank you. So Hitesh, I'll move on to you now. Loved Lars' energetic presentation on the automotive State of the Union. But similar question, Hitesh. You have significant design and sales footprint in the country. So please share with us what kind of emerging designs you see that are going to scale, and how does NXP play in all of that?
Thank you very much. Now, you saw the presentation from Lars. Of course, that was the automotive world view, that how we see the automotive world growing. I think this is one industry where, of course, NXP is working on multiple domains, but automotive is one of our biggest growth area, what we see. So software-driven vehicles is definitely one of the key factor for us to growth. We are talking about ADAS, autonomous driving. That's another factor that we see is a growing demand. The third is connectivity inside the car, so high-speed interconnects, so that is growing. Then the fourth trend that we see is electric vehicles. So we are seeing more and more growth of electric vehicles. So battery management and those kind of topics are also very key for the cars. So we, from NXP side, we have a complete portfolio in automotive, and that's what we are currently focused at. Apart from that, I would say traditionally we have been a security company. So we call it a secured connected edge. So as Lars mentioned, the next decade, it belongs to secure connected edge. So whether we are talking about cars, whether we are talking about IoT technologies, security is the key need for our markets, or when we project the future. So I think these are the key topics that we are focusing on. At the same time, we are also touching upon, we see a strong growth coming in the industrial area. At the same time, communication infrastructure is also growing at a rapid pace. So looking at these markets, we see the semiconductor, as we all project, is going to be a $1 trillion market in 2030. So we see only automotive is going to be around 462. So 40 is quite a lot of significant market share of automotive in the overall world of semiconductor. At the same time, Lars also touched upon about our India center. So he said a lot of designs, advanced designs are done in India. So we have around 35% of R&D of overall NXP R&D is sitting in India. So we are doing the latest and greatest chips. Lars also mentioned about 5 nanometer designs. So those kind of advanced digital design, analog, RF, more than that, system designs are also done out of NXP India. So we are, as maybe my colleagues, so we are a horizontal supporter to our, I would say, overall NXP. So playing in all the domains, including system and software.
Wonderful. Thank you, Hitesh. One follow-up question for you. Would you say that, I think Professor Rao was commenting that R&D should be global, right? And we're all most of us are global companies. We'll have Neil talk about his journey in a bit. Given that, do you see that customer feedback on features, does it really help us to go tweak a platform or an approach, or your PRDs and MRDs? Just give us some commentary on how does the local market feedback, if at all, plays in your overall design objectives?
No, absolutely. I think we are already there. I don't see there is still a talk about that we are not global. I think for last 5 to 10 years, we have all been playing at a global level. And of course, whenever we are doing the design, so it's for the whole world market. You asked about the customer feedbacks. Of course, we have the key customers. The lead customers are now sitting in India, and we are interacting them on a daily basis. They are giving us feedbacks. Not only feedback, we are kind of defining our roadmap also with those customers. So it's getting more and more globals, but defined in India, but going for the global scale.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'll move to you now, Malini, and the question is similar, but maybe on top of the question around the kind of advanced designs that Renesas is working on, also give us some commentary on talent, skilling, infrastructure that you are keeping in mind while building these teams.
Okay, hi everyone, and I represent Renesas. So the purpose of Renesas is to make lives easier. Now, if I go to a teenage kid and I say, how can I make your life easier? They're going to say ChatGPT. Now, that's one way of thinking about it. But at Renesas, we work on things that make our everyday life easier, all the way up to things like automotive driving as well. So if you look at the different verticals that we have automotive, we have infrastructure, industrial, and IoT. And in each of those, we develop chips to sense, to compute, to move data around, and to actuate. So just a simple example, just to get lots of students out there as well. So, for example, if you were looking at automatic braking, you have to sense, and when you sense, you need your radar and your camera to give you data, and you sense that data. You have to compute that to figure out whether you're making, the decisions that you're making are right or wrong. You have to actuate, you have to brake if there's a car nearby or an object nearby. And then you have to be able to move all this data around. So we build chips to do all these different kind of things. Now, just to give you a quick example, since there are many different segments that we work on. For example, sensing could be CO2 sensing or water meters or energy meters. On the movement of data, there's 5G, there's Bluetooth, Wi-Fi chips that we make to enable these kind of things. On the computation, of course, there's microcontrollers, microprocessors, and actuating IGBT MOSFETs and motor control, etc. So Renesas works on a whole gamut of embedded applications. In India itself, to answer your question, Anand, in India itself, it's a mix of what you said. There's a bit of product development, and there's also augmentation. And we have a collaboration with the TCS Innovation Center as well to try and build future designs. And over and above that, one really different thing about, I think, Renesas is that we build a lot of systems in India. So if you walk into the office, you'll see things like a fan hanging, or you'll see someone testing a fridge. So, yeah, that's
Wonderful.
a little bit of it.
Thank you, Malini. I'll move to Balaji now. Balaji, Samsung has a very large canvas playing field, and the research establishment is very well known. So maybe in addition to end products, if you could also throw some light on foundational technology that you guys are working on, and how does it look like for you? Not the most intuitive microphone that I've seen. I wish I could help. I struggled myself.
Sure. Thank you. So thank you, Anand. And I'll try to link what we are doing in Samsung in India, research center, and also to the templates, what you're talking about, by starting with some of the growth segments and what are the core technologies that are driving the growth segments and what we do at India there. So if many of us spoke about, even the previous presentation spoke about automotive, EV, I think Malini spoke about, again, automotive and industrial applications. Naveen spoke about AI, right? These are the core technologies, right? So automotive, industrial, IoT, HPC, these are touted to be the most fastest growing technology segments in the next few years to come. If you have to look at some of these technologies, I would say some of the core foundations that are driving this, first one is connectivity. If I have to look at connectivity, we all speak about, when we talk about 5G modems, right? We talk about, we want low latency, we want high bandwidth, we want high density, but a variation of that, when you look at it from an industrial point of view, we can work with low bandwidth, I can work with high density, and I can work with high latency, right? So this is what we call as RedCap, or the new technologies that are coming in, which will be critical from an industrial IoT point of view, right? So the reason I'm talking about both these things is if I look at automotive, if I talk about industrial, some of these technologies from a connectivity point of view are critical, and at our research center in India, we do a lot of work on these fronts. So this is one. Second driving factor I would talk about is sensors, right? And sensors, we spoke about importance of sensors in the automotive side, but even in the industrial, sensors are going to be very important. And sensors are not just about radar, LiDAR alone, but if you look at automotive, image sensors, if you look at industrial, image sensors becomes very important. We are very proud of the fact that we are leading design house, including in India, research center, on the image sensor front. But image sensor on a mobile and image sensor on automotive, the needs are extremely different, right? On a mobile, you want best color, best clarity, and best photograph to be taken. But as far as automobile is concerned, I really don't care about colors, right? If I have to look at a milestone or a speed limit milestone that's coming up, right? I don't really care about clarity, color, or whatever it is. So how do you optimize these sensors based on the applications? So that's another challenge, right? So we look into that as well. Now, if I have to look at the third critical anchor, right, which is HPC. So today, many people spoke about the importance of RISC-V and importance of AI throughout the sessions today. And AI workloads are going to drive a lot of the future HPC at the data centers. Now, in this context, what is very important is to look at memory specifically, right? If you look at memory, as far as AI workloads are concerned, there's going to be a lot of data movement as compared to a normal applications like if I look at a mobile phone also, right, between the processor and memory, the amount of data transfer between the CPU and the memory is going to increase significantly, and people are now talking about something called as memory wall and how do we overcome that, right? So here technologies like HBM, and more importantly, HBM combined with technologies like PIM, right, processor and memory, becomes more important so that we can optimize on bandwidth and we can optimize on power as well. And if I have to extend this a little bit more, if I have to go to the storage, right? As far as the storage is concerned, again, AI is all about not moving a huge amount of data to the storage, but it is about moving smaller chunks of data to the storage. And from that point of view, how do you optimize, right? That's where semantic SSDs or memory semantic SSDs become more important on the storage rather than normal SSDs. And if I have to extend this further, right, on the interface, how do I solve the bottleneck between the processor and the memory? So technologies like CXL also play a very big role. So the reason I'm laying all this foundation is also some of these core technologies, be it the sensor, be it the compute, be it the memory or storage, or with respect to even NPUs, right, from an AI point of view. These are some of the core technologies we work at our research center in India. Hopefully this sets the context. And going back to the template, many of the designs, I think I'm proud to say that it's not an organic growth, but it's a huge bet that the Samsung headquarters took on our R&D center to expand our portfolio and in a very, very rapid pace.
Wonderful. Thank you, Balaji. Balaji and I will keep talking about memory because we have that in common. But Balaji, just one follow-up question for you before I jump to Neil.
Yeah.
Things like processing in memory, right? The research in this area is going on for decades. How does it actually manifest in a site, right? Because this is multi-decade kind of research sometimes, multi-site. So from an India standpoint, how does the India teams actually play? You don't have to give me anything confidential, but largely, does it come as a part of a broader global approach, or does it enable a specific design, or?
So definitely comes as part of the broader global approach for sure. But just to add, right, I mean, PIM's importance is going to be even important in a mobile context because people are talking about ChatGPT or transformers even on a mobile phone, right? I think morning we spoke about image to text to image kind of things, how AI is going to redefine the media, right? Some of these things are going to be reality in your mobile phones. So PIM is extremely critical even in that context to enable high bandwidth and low power as well. So I would say that we are doing a lot of work looking at more application context, but we also co-work very closely with our headquarters. So it's a more a global context as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Balaji. Over to you, Neil. You are a little different from all of us, which is in a good way, because you're going to talk about how to incubate in the Indian startup ecosystem. So please do talk to that, and what kind of end markets are driving the design momentum that you currently have.
Thanks, Anand. So I'm going to start off with the templates, at least borrow keywords from what he said. So Encore has placed a bet on RISC-V. It's a lip service today, but we hope to make it a reality soon. And we are finding paths within the Indian ecosystem to get chips into the hands. Right? So we are playing both the things. At Encore, RISC-V, we believe, is much more mature in the embedded space. It's where it can actually enter market. It can compete with existing parts, whether it's ARM, it's PowerPC, but those sort of embedded, low embedded IoT, narrowband IoT sort of segments. To give you more specific examples, smart cards, e-passports, you're looking at energy meters, these sort of things where India has a protected market. Right. This is where the government can induce policies, can have the ability to go Atmanirbhar without creating chaos in an existing system. Right. There's enough cake on the table, and we're talking volumes here, right? So we're talking about loading the fab, and obviously this is not 1,000, 10,000, or 1 million, but if you go through the recent tenders by the government to promote indigenization, there's a power meter which was of the order of 25 crore meters to be replaced over the next half decade. Right. And just add a layer of Atmanirbhar, just add a layer of indigenization, even if 10% of those chips have an Indian IP of sorts, right? Whether it's RISC-V or not, that's huge volumes that we're talking about today, right? So having said that, so Encore is more focused on those areas. We are working at the deep embedded, ultra low power, resource constraints segments, trying to replace existing solutions, right? So RISC-V has come up as a amazing alternative. It is not amazing technology. It's nothing new that you're going to find in RISC-V in this space. So the complexity is low. The demand from RISC-V on the fab is going to be very simple. You can have very low complex devices, slightly more analog heavy, definitely for sensors and IoTs that you're looking at. But the digital components are extremely simple. I think you can have multiple startups play in this field very quickly with low amount of risk pertaining to them. More importantly, I think the government has played a significant role in all of this with the C2S schemes that Encore has also been awarded one of those grants. The DLI schemes that I see a lot of startups availing to that benefit. The patient capital that this industry demands, and specifically the fabs, or the startups that demand, I think the government has pinpointed, identified the pain points, and come up with schemes that enable them to take the step forward. Right. So the DLI, the PLI schemes, the 2.0 that was discussed a couple of weeks back in Bangalore, I think these are amazing initiatives by the government. It's reigniting the passion amongst the youth to take on digital design as a topic, as a career, as opposed to the generic AI, ML, cloud that we're suddenly starting to see. So I think the push from government, the investors coming into the right place, and our focus is majorly on volumes, where the complexity is low and there's enough pie on the table for us to grab on.
So Neil, thank you. But just one follow-up question. A year back, I'll be honest, I was a little cynical of another instruction set showing up. Many of us were. But the momentum in the last 12 months has been amazing. So the question I have for you is, if you have a target embedded application in mind between an ARM versus RISC-V approach, what's the real advantage? Is it go-to-market? Is it the flexibility of being able to tweak it? Is it all of the above, or the government incent focus, help? I'm guessing it's a lot of many things, but little more commentary there,
Yeah,
please.
no, I think my answer is going to be all of the above because you've touched the right keywords, and I'm just going to elaborate a little on that. So, when you're looking at a transition from ARM to RISC-V, it's one, you are providing the lack of vendor lock-in to the customer, right? RISC-V is an open ISA. You don't have to go license it or find different vendors. There are going to be multiple players providing similar options across the world. So even if you've bought a chip and you want to change microarchitectures rather than the architectures, you will have solutions, you will have an evolution of your product, right? You're not dependent on a single customer. So that's the biggest thing. You're not dependent on someone else's evolution for your own evolution. RISC-V gives you that flexibility. Customization, definitely, you are no longer bound to picking a lot of luggage on the chip. You know, if you're an IoT sensor and you're looking at a Cortex M0, but you don't like certain parts or your firmware doesn't use certain parts of the instruction set, RISC-V gives you the ability to deviate. It gives you the audacity to go different than what the conventional is, right? And it gives you that audacity on the first day itself. That's the kind of leverage that RISC-V gives you. And from the government perspective, I'm sure a lot of people know about it. There is a Digital India RISC-V program, which sort of builds a huge stand on RISC-V being the instruction set of the country. But more importantly, trying to propagate it within institutions, trying to identify segments within the industries where RISC-V can propagate and make a stand for itself, right? So when you're looking to transition to RISC-V, I think all of these factors play a role. There's a confidence from the government, there's the customization angle, which makes it beneficial and gives you the uniqueness factor. And obviously, it's a good business model for you to evolve your product.
Got it. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think we are probably 6 minutes away from lunch. As I promised, we'll probably not keep you away from lunch, but in the interest of time, if my panelists agree, we can open up for questions. I think the intent here was to give to all of you a sense of the kind of exciting, some high volume, some cutting edge, some disruptive designs that all of us are working on in our respective design centers. Many of them are poised for growth and scale over the next many years and help with the whole concept of fab loading globally and at someday in India, once we have that infrastructure up and running. So with that, I would like to open up for any questions from the audience, and then I see a hand over there. Yeah.
Hi, Neil. My name is Prasad Joshi. My question is to you, but even open to all other panelists, and it is a follow-on question to what Anand asked. You talked about a new design on RISC-V. What about existing designs or legacy designs? Do you see a trend or do you see any traction there that existing designs which are on the other competitive platforms are moving to RISC-V?
Absolutely. I think my focus, pardon me if I didn't get this right in the first shot, but RISC-V is going to find design wins as an alternative. So there are already existing solutions that people are either vendor locked or they're looking for a little more juice, a little less power, and you're trying to transition that to RISC-V. Or you just have a better business model in RISC-V. Either you found something that's open source and it fits your bill, and you're able to move to RISC-V more easily and stop paying royalties or have your own in-house design center on RISC-V. So legacy is definitely the momentum that RISC-V is banking on for now. Because as I said, in the embedded space, there's not much of wiggle room to innovate, but it's the solution and the business model that drives these products, right? So just to give you an example, we have done, I mean, in my previous avatar of working at Shakti at IIT Madras, we had actually worked with Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, where they were transitioning from a 30-year-old ISA and a microarchitecture to RISC-V in a way that would not be RISC-V, but they wanted to be on an open ISA to start with, right? So there is definite momentum in the kind of track that you're choosing.
Just one additional comment. Good question. This morning when I think Bhakta talked about RISC-V getting into possibly a data center workload type applications, I felt more empowered because just sticking to IoT embedded would have made me a little nervous personally, personal comment. But the fact that you're beginning to navigate the entire spectrum of workloads and applications means you're becoming, in my mind, authentic as an instruction set, right? You're not just playing to a very point, because we know that IoT embedded, though very exciting, has its own challenges in terms of scale sometimes, because you will compete with ARM day in and day out, right? So that I felt that flexibility was amazing. Good to know. Wonderful. Good question.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Kishore Narang. I'm just a product and system designer. I think my question is for Neil. I love this, democratization of innovation, which we are talking about through RISC-V and all this kind of thing. But I'm a bit skeptical and maybe confused. Please help me get clarity. You're talking of the basic core being customized for different use cases, different like smart meter and all that, and I've been doing. But do you know what it takes to, what kind of maturity time from the core to customized cores, the silicon to a tape out and by products being done by the time this market that you talk about, smart meter, might be over? And then, are you looking at the startup ecosystem picking one customization at a time rather than what we today have, whether it is NXPs or STs or anyone? They have the core and then they have the customized version for smart metering, for maybe communication, for all those SoCs with different kind of add-on peripherals, whether for communication, RF and all that. Do you see this kind of a democratized startup ecosystem will be able to survive and continue and sustain and cater to the market?
So to answer your first question, where does the customization take too long? Are we spending too much time on things and are we losing the train at the right station? I don't think that's the issue. Encore has a solution for smart meters. It has a solution and for different sort of embedded systems. Not allowed to talk them on the public forum, but I'll be able to catch up with you differently. But the customization is an innovation part of Encore, right? So we've built on the tech stack so that you get the customization on day one within 24 hours. Now there's a customization of the core, there's a customization of the SoC, where you say that I want to use the same core for battery management, electric vehicles. I want to use the same core for narrowband IoT. I want to use it in my microwave. That's the SoC changing, but you're able to customize the core very fast for each of those SoCs, right? There are going to be players in the market who now start adopting RISC-V and building custom solutions or custom SoCs on a generic RISC-V core, right? We are trying to bridge that gap as well. So you don't have to go generic. You can go day one without a loss of payday as soon as possible to the market with RISC-V. So I believe that RISC-V enables, that was the legacy of RISC-V, that you can do all of these things on day one with amazing amount of flexibility. I think the only barrier that RISC-V is going to hit is the software stack, right? If everyone goes fragmented, if everyone starts deviating from RISC-V, how do they maintain software? But that's a longer discussion. That's an ecosystem discussion that RISC-V itself has to be involved. And they're definitely doing a lot of efforts in that space in order to move forward.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Any non-RISC-V question from the
audience?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning all. This is Vasu from Phytech. So it's the question for the global semicons. I can see the major players from NXP, Renesas, Samsung. The only question what I want is basically, we have been doing a lot of research on the processor design, but coming from a manufacturing, yes, we would take a long time to set up the fabs in India. But why don't we spin out indigenous chip which can go along with your experience, the huge experience of say Renesas or NXP, Samsung. So why can't we could able to launch an indigenous microcontroller and produce this in volume? As we know already there is a lot of market opportunity. So for me it's very simple. UPI versus the global semicons. So how can I get a UPI kind of thing which generates for each chip a revenue for India? How long it takes? It's not a challenge because when you see the Chinese ecosystem, they hardly take 2 or 3 years to spin out. Today, as an embedded engineer, I know that I have been using a lot of Wi-Fi chips, a lot of camera chips based on different new SoC architecture. I am now not taking a name of RISC-V, but it's hardly a couple of years, right? So to the bigger players on semicon.
So I think we got.
We should build microphone chips first.
Yeah, looks like. No, I think what you are touching a very nice point, and at this point is called deglobalization, and that's what we are talking about all these days, right? So this is the trend that we see, and that's why these questions are being asked. While so far the trend has been, okay, so the semiconductor industry working in multiple geographies will be fully efficient. Now we are asking why these chips are not in this specific country. So what we are doing is whenever, we are all making chips. We are making chips here in India, but for the whole world. Of course, in a certain umbrella, it can be NXP. And now Neil is starting, maybe his company is going to so they are going to create a big company which is out of India. So this is going to happen. It's a general progression. So we started late of having indigenous development. But I think whatever my view is that we should continue to keep a global hat on our heads. We should build the technology, and that's the only way the technology can be efficient, technology can be cheaper. If we are all starting making chips for our own countries, right, they will not be very cost efficient. For sure, for certain things, I think it's possible, but if you are talking about a big scale, it is more efficient if you are working for a global scale. But that's my personal view. Maybe anything to add from your side, Naveen, or?
Yeah, just to add, I agree with you, Hitesh. But just to add to that, what we can do though, I mean, through all this global experience that we've learned, where there are indigenous startups, is take some of that knowledge learned and permeate it so that we build the ecosystem in India as well. Just wanted to add that.
No, I think point well taken, but I'll tell this, right? Silicon is at the bottom of the food chain, and the fintech UPI revolution happened at a very different part of the stack, right? You cannot underestimate the amount of effort it takes, and you would know, since you come from the domain. That's why when we're asking questions of RISC-V, the amount of software customization needed to go and build is so massive. So it's not probably worth it to start off with of course we'll have some local problems needing a local approach or a feature variation. But in terms of feature sets and instruction sets, we've got to think more global. And of course, we'll play a big role, all of us together. So, no, point taken. Good question, though. Okay, we are almost nearing lunch. Unless there is a compelling question that has to be asked, we'll probably close this session.
If no question,
no questions.
Just
thank you, everyone. Thank you, panelists. You have one comment? Yeah.
I think the question was on the fab loading. Just to give this perspective, right? We talk about automotive. I think we have given a lot of examples about automotive, industrial, IoT. One of the points that I would like to emphasize, right? So there are various applications within automotive. We talked about autonomous cars, we talked about sensor processing, we talked about battery management. So we need plethora of technologies where we are building these technologies. So if we are talking about advanced processor, they are in 2 nanometer, 3 nanometer, 5 nanometer. When we are talking about microcontroller or sensors, so they are in 28 and 40. When we are talking about battery management, they are going to 90, 130 nanometer high voltage technology. So we need, as a semiconductor industry, wide variety of technologies, and which will continue. So I think from the semiconductor loading perspective, as we are growing in the ecosystem, if we are having indigenous fab, does not matter which technology. It can be 40, it can be 28, it can be 5. So we will have sufficient things to load those fabs here. At the same time, it will create a positive momentum. The startups like Neil is running, right? So they can go to indigenous fab, they can have it low-cost manufacturing done in here. So on one side, loading will not be an issue as per my understanding, but at the same time, it will create positive opportunities for the startups which are running out of India to have their fabrications done out of India and also very quickly grow their organizations, right? If they have design wins and if they have the market, so they can also grow up very fast. So I see this as an opportunity. Maybe any remarks from anybody?
Okay, thank you, fellow panelists. Thank you, audience. And if you have further questions, we can always answer it around lunch. Thank you, everyone.
A little bigger round of applause for keeping it crisp, short, Thank you, moderator sir, for doing that honors, keeping it short. And thank you, please, can you step forward for the group photograph? We open the floor for the lunch now. The dignitaries are most welcome at the first floor food court, and the rest of the guests, please join us in the exhibition hall 1, ground floor. Thank you, and see you sharp over here by 1:55 so that we can start our session. Thank you.